The new Modus Super Series champion.
Yes! What a finish!
The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is that shot wins week 6!
Maximum checkout.
He's done it!
He's not a 16s guy on 104. In fact, it's not tops. It's a win for Thornton for break number 7. That is a big dart.
Perfect first start, lift and tops for 3-1. And that's what he was doing earlier on in the week.
It's going to be the bull. Don't listen to me.
Shot in the fourth leg, just for Scarat.
Double 14, double 14's foul for a
David
1-2-1.
But he does need the red card.
Game shot, and
What a
that's
finishing display
Wilkinson.
from Wilkinson. Who will qualify is definitely the question when it comes to Fridays here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The end of week 1 is nigh over the next 36 hours or so, and Series 12 is very much underway now. Hello and welcome back to Pluto TV's continuous coverage of the Modus Super Series. We've had Group B last night, we've got Group C and its culmination here this afternoon, and we're going to be doing it this afternoon in the company of Laura Turner once again. Laura, great to have you with us. Last night, Group B though, first and foremost, it was an interesting evening, and we saw Brian Roman at the top of the table once again like Monday.
Yeah, and it's not surprising. He was the most consistent player, I think. We saw some really special things from players at times, including a 106 from Ronan McDonough. But yeah, he was Mr. Consistent, but his finishing was exceptional. 4 from 5 in a couple of games, and that just gave him the edge.
We'll have a look at the table now and see what did happen going into the early hours of Friday, because Roman is at the top on leg difference, closely followed by Alex Spellman, who was very honest in his interview in the early hours, saying that he was given a few favours by his opponents, but everybody is still in the running here. Even Chaz Barstow had a very surprising evening with no points.
Yeah, it just didn't go for Chaz, and even though he picked up in terms of performance, so does opponents, unfortunately. So yeah, finds himself at the bottom. Mathematically, yes, it is still a possibility, but it's difficult. It is difficult, but I'd say for those top 4, realistically, that's going to be the race for the top 3 spaces.
How comfortable is Brian feeling on 6 points at the top of the table? Is it comfortable? Is it very comfortable? Or is it not comfortable because everybody else can still stop him tonight?
Yeah, you can't switch off. You can't start to feel comfortable until the job's actually done. And I don't think Brian will. He's not that type of person. He was very motivated, very driven, very focused last night. He's one of those players that sometimes loses that bit of focus, shows a lot of emotion. We didn't see a great deal of that last night.
Well, Group B will have its culmination tonight from 10 p.m. But we're going to focus on Group C this afternoon. And we have Carl Wilkinson at the top on 8 points, closely followed by the likes of Sharp and Brandon. But the likes of Scarat, Gabriel, and even Robert Thornton at the foot of the table, they're not out of this. But Robert's got a lot of work to do, hasn't he?
He really has, and he could have made it slightly easier for himself because he had the chance to beat Carl Wilkinson, and that really would have compacted the table, would have given us 3 on 6 and 3 on 4 points. But as it stands, you feel it needs to be a perfect day for Robert Thornton if he's got any ambition of progressing through, and then perhaps we're still relying on a few favours from some of the other players.
Yorkshire's Carl Wilkinson said to us yesterday that he is not the biggest scorer, but he is a good finisher. Did he prove that yesterday?
I think he proved he can score as well, to be perfectly honest. We saw, quite a few 180s from him. But yeah, the finishing, especially at times, was just absolutely exceptional. He took his chances when he had them. And I think that's what made the difference, especially in those kind of tight, crucial matches.
For someone who's played all week, like Jason Brandon, is now the time to strike. You've had 4 days of action. You've seen what's happening naturally with your game. You've really got to get cracking today, haven't you?
Yeah, this is it. This is the last chance for all these players. But as you say, Jason Brandon, not just been here this week, but was actually in the international pairs the week before as well. So he's had enough time to acclimatise, get used to the stage. We have seen him getting better and better, and we've seen some brilliant things. But yeah, this is a day when you just hope it all comes together.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what the odds compilers think of the chances of everybody in this Group C campaign coming to an end. And they think that the top 3 are going to run away with this. You've got Scarat and Gabriel and Thornton way back in the odds. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, look, anything can happen. We know that mathematically anything is possible. But the 3 at the bottom, they, like I say before, they're going to have a very strong day, 4, maybe 5 wins, just to find any way of getting into those top 2 positions. But yeah, I think the best performances we saw, the most consistent performances, were the 3 players that find themselves at the top of the table.
I think it's time we got cracking with some action on Friday. So it's going to be David Sharp up against Carl Gabriel in our first match of the day. Sharp is looking to get off to a better start than yesterday. Be interesting to see what he had to say before starting his practice this morning. David, day 2. This is something you know a lot about because the last time you were in Group C, you won. It's another tightly fought affair in this group, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty tight. My games yesterday could have went. I reckon I could have won maybe 1 or 2 more games yesterday, but doubles missing the board doesn't help. Looking forward to today.
Has it been good having a fellow Scotsman in the practice room with you and Robert Thornton?
Yeah, it's actually been fantastic because not a lot of guys can understand what I'm saying because I'm quite a fast talker normally. So it's been good for somebody to be there that can understand me.
Let's talk about your games from yesterday because it was a little bit up and down. Even though you lost your first game, you found a way to make it tight. Did that give you a bit of confidence going into the middle portion of the day?
I wouldn't say so, no. It's just I've always been one for fighting back games. I always go down 2-3 legs and I always believe I'm still there, I'm still in it.
How many points do you think you're going to have to get today in order to be safe?
I reckon I'm going to need at least another 8 points. So I'm fired up for today.
Well, you don't have much wiggle room if you're going to get 8 points. Robert Thornton, would you like to go through with him? I know he's got a bit of a big task ahead, but would it be good for Scotland today if he can go through?
It would be massive for Scotland. We've got a lot of supporters back home watching us and rooting for us, and it would be great to have another Scotsman by my side on finals if I get there.
Well, we hope you make Saturday once again, David. All the best.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Sharpie saying all the right things today, and even admitting that he's not the best starter in campaigns as well as games. He's not bothered if he goes 2-0 down, he'll just figure it out. So maybe that's a bit of a warning fired to the rest of his opponents for Friday. He finds himself in a qualifying position at the start of play. He's 36 years of age from Edinburgh, the other side of southern Scotland to Robert Thornton. But we are welcoming back Carl Gabriel. Is this the last session of his week? He'll be hoping that it isn't. But I get the feeling, Laura Turner, that if Carl is going to be here on Saturday night to try and become the second South African to win a title here, he's going to have to run this card. He can't go far wrong.
I agree. And this was the final fixture of yesterday's afternoon matches. George Baker, the referee, will oversee proceedings today.
Game on.
It was just the 2 wins that we had overall for Carl Gabriel, but the 2 wins, they do keep him in the mix.
100.
So I agree. I think a good start here, that could be all the difference.
60.
Neither of these players yesterday started with a victory. Both lost by 4 legs to 3. So something's going to change.
85.
This really is a busy day of darts, isn't it? Wherever you look around the world, darts is happening.
54.
But this series, I think this is really important to talk about. If you can get success in Series 12,
140.
it almost sets up the start of 2026. And it's only September.
If you are one of the players that manages to secure a position in Champions Week by winning one of the regulation weeks, I agree. You can really finish with a real flourish.
136.
I think it's very fair to say as well that this is a good start from Sharp. He said he was fired up. He wasn't kidding.
No, and he said that he thought 8 points was the number that he had to
Second leg, it's Carl to throw first.
get from
Game on.
today's proceedings. And if he's going to do that, as you said, there isn't much room for manoeuvre.
177.
Well, if this is how Friday's going to go, sign me up. You never know, we might even get another 9-darter today.
96.
Plenty of players threatening it yesterday. I think last night there were
100.
2 players that went 7 into the 9. Alex Spellman, Ronan McDonough. And the same thing happened yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, we had Mr. Scarat at it again. I wonder if he's going to have a good day today.
132.
He's still leaning on that 3rd dart. So he's obviously not watching the coverage and getting the tips from you and I, Laura, but it hasn't stopped him from getting to a 2-darter after
Carl,
9
you
here.
require 92.
Making mincemeat of this leg.
52. 54. Carl, you require 40.
That tops target throughout the week has been really
Game
kind
shot,
to
second
Carl
leg,
Gabriel.
Carl
And
Gabriel.
he's once again
What was interesting yesterday is that a lot of people were missing it by the
Third leg
tightest
is
of margins.
David
They
to
were
throw
actually
first.
pushing the
Game on.
top wire down. So far, so very good for these two. Carl Gabriel yesterday
177.
followed the pattern of the week, averaging just a shade under 80. So we know what kind of player he can be.
122.
But is there another level he can find right now? I think that's the biggest question in his own mind. As for Sharp, just shy of 84 his average.
63.
But he had twice as many 180s as anybody.
It darts. When we look at the figures, when we look at the
45.
stats, they don't always make sense. They're a great guide, and they really are. But yeah,
129.
I think the key to this discipline is to find something that works. Keep doing it. And then work on something else and make that click.
81.
If you can get
David,
2
you
things
require
working really well,
132.
you will definitely contend. He didn't need to do that. He could have gone for a straight ton,
92.
maybe score 92 like he's just done, so I'm going to stop talking. But going bull first, no, I don't think that's the right player there.
83. David, you require 40.
no, I think when it gets to the business end of proceedings like we are here, it's all about playing the percentages, not taking unnecessary risk.
30.
I've seen people
Carl, you
bust
require
that
170.
when someone's on 170 because they don't think that their opponent's going to hit it. And he did scare it.
86. David, you require 10.
This is why some people like to bust that shot, because they don't want to be on double 5.
Eight.
And double 2 is not
Carl,
found,
you
so
require
Gabriel
84.
sees a chance to take a lead with a break of throw. Oh, interesting. Oh, he's missed his single. It's criminal.
44.
Shake
David,
of the
you
head there.
require 2.
Have to make sure of those single numbers.
Game
And
shot
well
the
and
third
truly
leg,
punished
David
for the
Sharp.
miss. It's David Sharp that doubles the lead.
Now, right now, Gabriel's feeling like a bit of a
Fourth leg is
gooseberry.
Carl to throw first. Game on.
Because that shot on 84 is all about leaving tops with 1. It's not about hitting bull
85.
for double 17, because nobody wants to leave double 17. And we know how good Gabriel has been on tops at times. So the fact that he missed his single 19,
97.
that is a massive mistake.
$140.
Well, he's bouncing back here.
He's like the proverbial rubber ball. Yeah, try and get that song out of your head for the rest of the
45.
afternoon. Yeah, that's a good lie if he wants to get a 140.
100.
Those darts are fairly chunky. But they're not the chunkiest darts that have been thrown on this stage over the course of the week. You'll just have to stay tuned to Pluto TV
99.
and indeed our social channels to find out what I'm talking about. Got any ideas, Laura?
Yeah, unfortunately I do.
85.
Because I've been up close and personal with those rather unorthodox darts.
Well, Stevie Johnston from
55.
Scotland, he throws with a chunky
Require
stumpy.
91.
The darts that we're referring to are chunky, but aren't stumpy.
Sixty. 67.
I think that's the biggest smile we've had this week from Gabriel. He's been in game mode all week.
65. Carl, you require 24.
Yeah, just taking a slightly unorthodox
Game
route.
shot in the fourth leg.
But
Go,
the
Gabriel.
outcome, double 12, is found. And
Fifth leg is David to throw first. Game up. $96.
You can't argue with the finishing of
100.
Gabriel so far in this game. In fact, he's only made one error. He hasn't missed a double, but he's missed a single.
100.
Always remember, everyone, when you're practicing, don't neglect your singles. Don't take them for granted.
100.
now there is this tendency, isn't there, when you practice doubles is a main focus, scoring is a main focus, but
132.
playing from, say, a 201 or a 301, something that, you know, is a bit more quick fire that you can do on your own, just so that you can practice the combination
91.
finishing, the setting up.
Here's a tip. If you're doing a practice session on your own, start practicing singles in sequential order. So 1, 2,
13. 3,
4, that kind of thing. But then finish with the same game, because you will see different results. You get sharper as you do more,
140. David,
and then you do it again at the end
143.
to prove that just doing a few more reps will give you that more likelihood. Speaking of likely, double 16. Oh, that is
Game
incredible
shot in the
from
fifth
Sharp.
leg. David Sharp.
And much needed. He keeps Gabriel away from the double and takes a 3-2 lead.
Sixth leg is
To
Carl
answer
to throw first.
his statement
Game up.
of being up for it, he very much is.
60.
Now, here's the intricacy of these games now, because everybody's still in this. But if Sharp gets 2 points and goes to 8, Gabriel stays on 4.
32.
If Gabriel were to win, he would join Sharp on 6. We are surrounded by 4-point games over the first 2 or 3 rounds today.
131.
Despite this being the first game of the Friday afternoon session, I think all of them are weighted. I think a lot of them will
58.
really see the table taking one direction or making it extraordinarily clustered in the middle.
60.
It's a bit like Premier League football, really, Group C. Mid-table is respectable, but you want to be in those Champions League style spots. You want to be in
100.
the top 2. And you want to have a chance of that £5,000 jackpot in week 1.
100.
And that's an awful lot of rand.
$140. Carl, you require 150.
How does he want to get this? He has been trying to lead double 15 quite a lot this week.
60.
This is very much in the balance.
$125.
It's a good
Carl,
response.
You require 90.
Needs it. Double 15 it is.
75.
And he doesn't get it.
David, you require
So Sharp,
46.
who is 3 from 8 on the doubles, will have his opportunity. Well, he should. It's only one dart.
28.
And if you look at the way he hit the
Carl, you
143,
require
it was just
15.
in the bottom corner of double 16. He's missed it in the same sort of area.
But missing a single number again, that could prove costly,
9.
but he gets away with it.
David, you require 18.
This was the number that won series number 11. But
Game
not
start
that
and the
way.
match, David
But it
Sharp.
has won this match. Gabriel's chances of getting into Saturday in his singles debut are now hanging by a thread, because he is still 4 points behind the top 2 in the table now. Sharp goes to 8 points, and Gabriel is stagnant in the bottom 3. We are back here at the Modus Super Series, and we've got Game 2 of Group C about to come your way, and Robert Thornton is back, and he knows exactly what he's got to do today. He's got to run through everybody and hope that 12 points is enough. But maybe that first result of the day for his countryman David Sharp wasn't good for him, because Carl Wilkinson has now got company on 8 points. And Wilkie really did do some good stuff yesterday. But I think he would admit that his final victory of the day, which was against Robert, was a little bit fortunate. Could have lost it 4-1, stuck in there, and walked away with 2 points and a 4-3 scoreline. But this is Friday. It's crunch time. So let's get Thorn
First leg
against
is
Wilkie
Robert to throw first.
on the road.
Game on.
He's got to win every game, and he's got to hope it's enough. That's pretty much it, isn't it?
I think so, and I
100.
also think the start, as you mentioned, is imperative for Robert Thornton, because scoring wasn't the biggest of issues for Robert Thornton yesterday, but the way he started in his opening
45.
match, which was against Jasper Scarat, 21 darts at a double, not one of them found, and that was the kind of early part of the annoyance for Thornton, but he got
85.
better and better as the day went on.
If you take out that first game, Robert would have been
58.
10 hits from 35, which is not bad at all. But you don't want to have that performance at
13.
any time on the doubles. Having it in your first game, it really does stay in your memory for the next 24 hours. It's impossible to get rid of.
85.
I think for Thornton, it was just some poorly timed
43.
visits that opened up the door and the chance for his opponent. And 9 times out of 10 yesterday, it was one that he was punished for.
45.
Is there maybe an argument that at times Robert was trying too hard yesterday? I think sometimes he doesn't realise how good he is naturally. That maybe all he
58.
needs is a good rhythm and the rest will come.
You mentioned rhythm there, and I think that's the perfect word, because you could see towards the back end of
58.
yesterday, that's what he was finding. He was finding that pace, that focus, that vision that didn't get those big reactions from him. He was just free flowing.
He had a few of those yesterday as well. If you look at the top of his
74.
flight, he has one of those metallic flight protectors in. There's not many people use them anymore. But if he hits
93.
that first,
Robert, you
the
require
dart will land on the floor.
128. $43. Carl, you require 117.
Wilkinson hasn't had a great leg so far, but it could have turned into one. It was a quick U-turn there. Felt like a politician.
60. Robert, you require 85.
Yeah, Thornton finding the wrong treble as well. But it is still on. It was still on.
49.
I'm going to go
Carl,
full
you
Yorkshire
require
now. It was the
57.
wrong treble grommet. That was the right single.
Game
And that's
shot
the
in
right
first
double
leg. Go
again for Wilkinson, who yesterday on the doubles was so impressive. Now, weirdly, at nearly 41%,
Second
he
leg is
wasn't the
Carl
best
to throw
finisher
first.
yesterday. Jason Brandon was.
Game on.
Over 48%. That snuck under the radar a little bit, didn't it?
It did actually. I was just looking over the stats myself and thought exactly
58.
the same thing. But no surprise, Carl Wilkinson with the highest overall average yesterday for the group, just a smidge under 90.
45.
Yeah, if you were going on averages yesterday, it would be Wilkinson and Brandon who would be the favourites to come through this group. But that old saying of darts is
45.
on the day, do you subscribe to that?
I do to an extent, because you know, there are differing factors. The fact that you're just a human being, I
140.
guess, in the first place, means you can have an off day. Darts is not necessarily even on the day. Darts can differ for players from match to match.
140.
Especially here. Because you could play one match, that's over, and in as little as 10 minutes, you could be back on the hockey for another one.
76.
I was just having a quick glance over the stats for the evening as well, because I know at the top of the show we were talking about Brian Mann, who's top of Group B, 55% from
40.
yesterday.
That is delicious. So was that first dart. Fill it up, Rob.
121.
Well, either he let that dart go late, or something happened in the shoulder department. He was staring at a two-darter, and now it's a very
Robert, you
tricky
require
looking 119.
119.
Tops.
Game shot in the second leg.
Well, one thing's
Robert
different from
Thornton.
yesterday already. He's got a leg in his first game, and he's hit tops with his first attempt.
Third leg is Robert to throw first.
Yeah, Top's
Game on.
definitely prove tricky, and not just for Robert Thornton. You mentioned it in the first match. A lot of players were just finding that top wire.
80.
Yeah, Robert's had a bit of a love affair over the years with double top. It's been remarkable for starting legs at the World Grand Prix. Double trouble here.
40.
And for finishing legs all over the world. There are many who think that he might be the best double top hitter ever.
45.
He's definitely the best I've seen. Closely followed by Mark Walsh.
$60.
But I think sometimes that's over-accentuated by the fact that they leave it all the time. It's not like Adrian Lewis and Phil Taylor, who would flip-flop between 16s and tops
100.
a lot.
You will find that there are players, and as you say, Robert Thornton being one of them. And actually, what I've seen this week, Carl Gabriel was also one of them that will go out of their way to find an alternative route to leave tops.
100.
Now, this is not a bad performance from Robert, but it's mystifying from Wilkie, and I think he agrees. It's not easy being at the top of the tree.
85.
And we have seen players that have even won all their games on day one that don't repeat the feat the next day and find themselves out the door and not making it through. So it's not a guarantee. If you sat at the top of the table, you still have work to do.
99.
Either Carl's
Robert,
not feeling
you
it right
require
here, or somebody's
76.
got the Wilkie voodoo doll out. It's going to set it up.
36. Carl, you
Of course,
require
it's
134.
tops left. Wilkinson needs a catalyst. This might be it.
94.
It's a good attempt.
Robert, you require 40.
Well, tops was found by Thornton with one dart in hand. He's got 3 if he needs them, but
Game shot in the third leg.
2 was the
Robert
magic
Thornton.
number. And Robert Thornton, 2-1 to the good. He was in a strong position against Carl
Fourth
Wilkinson
leg,
yesterday.
Carl to throw first. Game
As you
up.
say, he was leading 3-1 and Wilkinson managed to find a way back. But I think the key difference for me at the moment is Wilkinson was playing a lot better yesterday.
100.
Just seems really off the pace in this opening match.
If we don't see Robert here on Saturday night,
55.
this could be the last time we see him in this building this year. And as for his plans moving forward, that is entirely up to him.
30.
But there's no seniors anymore. So we have to start asking some questions, don't we? What do certain people do? What does Ross Montgomery do?
139.
What does Robert Thornton do? John Henderson? They have plenty of options, obviously. But they now have to look at the future slightly differently.
134.
It's not just one kind of almost revenue stream, is it, that's disappeared? It's one place that they obviously all enjoyed playing,
140.
where they got exposure, where, you know, events that were televised and the other opportunities that come with that. So, as you say, definitely a lot out there that they
45.
can still do,
Robert,
but
you require 167.
I guess it's going to look different for each individual player.
Absolutely. I have a very, very good idea for Robert, by the way, which I haven't spoken to him
85.
about yet. Be interested to get your insight, Laura. You know how Oasis have recently had a big tour, and Radiohead are going to be touring very soon.
44.
Let's get Robert on the road.
Robert, you require 82.
One big world tour with the man formerly known as Chocolate. Double top again.
42. Carl, you
If you're
require
gonna miss it,
148.
Miss it high. This is not the game I was
100.
expecting.
Robert, you require 40.
But Thornton knows
Game shot in the
3-1
fourth
is
leg.
not
Robert
safe,
Thornton.
but he'll take it right now because there's a lot more good stuff happening at the start today than yesterday. The biggest question
leg
hanging
is
in the air is,
Robert to
has he
throw
left himself
first?
with too
Game
much
up.
to do?
This will go a long way to putting him back in the mix.
140.
What do you reckon about a Robert Thornton World Tour?
I think it sounds wonderful.
Yeah. I think the prerequisite would have
100.
to be he'd need to go back to all of the places where he's won a tournament, which means the Netherlands. He's won the Dutch Open. He'd have to go to Dublin because he's won the World
125.
Grand Prix. He'd have to do something in Bolton because he's won the UK Open there. He'd have to go back to New South Wales. His first PDC title was there.
85.
It's quite the tour, that.
Such is the popularity of darts at the moment that you go back maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 years and players that were kind of at the end or at the tail end of a really successful career probably wouldn't even have had that option for a world tour. But now I think it's totally viable.
Yeah, I'm on board with it.
60. Carl, you require 136.
The only way that Thornton's on board with 116 is if Wilkie misses this.
96.
Match point.
Robert, you require
Could have won
116.
4-1 yesterday. Might not win 4-1.
100.
Has left
Carl,
himself
you
poised.
require 40.
Carl's only had 2 darts at a double.
He's got one more left.
No score.
Yeah, it's just not going for
Robert,
Carl
you
Wilkinson.
require 16.
Another top square pushed. Double 2.
12. Carl, you require
Is it happening
40.
again? Is Wilkie getting lucky?
Double 10, double 5. Definitely not a given.
30.
Yeah, Carl Wilkinson left scratching his head.
Robert, you require 4.
Madhouse.
No score.
Now he's just mad.
Carl, you
How
require
often do you
10.
see it, though? Carl Wilkinson trying to remain in the match and Robert Thornton trying to get over the line.
Game shot in the 5th leg. Go,
And he's not over the
Wilkinson.
line. This game will continue.
Sixth leg, it's Carl to throw first.
It's one of the strangest breaks of throw
Game
you will
on.
ever see. But it just illustrates how difficult it is to hit a match dart, even with all of his experience.
80.
Prior to the end of that last leg, Robert Thornton was 3 from 5 on his doubles, 5 missed to win the match. And again, it's a result that he threatened yesterday, 4-1.
140.
We know the ability he's got. We know the experience that he can draw upon, but you can't help but think, that happened yesterday.
60.
Always niggling in the back of your mind.
Trust me, I know exactly what you're talking about. I missed 56 to make the first World Cup final in 2010 against Wales. And then
41.
Barry Bates pops up with one of the biggest finishes in Welsh history. And what was the shot I had to win the World Cup 2 years later?
140.
56. Same shot, same result. 13 and a half years later, I'm still
55.
ruining it. We have good memories, dart players. We really do.
Yeah, I've actually got 2 numbers that I was stuck on
140.
more as a youth player. Semi-final, 58 for me, 18 for tops. And then the other 19. Could I hit a single 3?
133.
I was
Carl, you
about 15,
require
16 at the
81.
time, but you're right, you just don't forget.
Bullseye.
56.
Well,
Robert, you require 132.
he doesn't even like champagne. He liked this, though.
92.
That is dart
Carl,
number
you
6 for the
require
match.
25.
But it was a slip in the 10 if he is afforded the opportunity to come back to the hockey.
Game shot in the 6th leg.
Well, that's
Go,
the thing, isn't it?
Wilkinson.
Wilkinson takes that out to take us the distance again in this fixture. But Thornton missed 8,
Seventh
4s,
and final
2s
leg,
and
it's
1s.
Robert to throw
It was
first.
different this
Game on.
time. He was sitting on tops. He's probably thinking, if you miss that double 8, this game is finished.
50.
And the closer this game is, the worse it is for Thornton, because he's got the worst leg difference in this group.
And I don't know if you noticed them, but as
30.
Robert Thornton was walking back, he's just shaking his head, those negative thoughts coming back in. As I say, he's got all the experience to draw on, but Sometimes
100.
your most recent memory, and that would have been this match yesterday. That's what kind of lives in the back of your mind.
95.
Can you imagine the relief of Carl if he were to get a victory, considering the way he's played? Because he hasn't scored well.
60.
No, and he's missed 10 at a double. Most of them coming in a leg, which was to save the match.
60.
How good is that?
180.
Pretty as a picture, that 180. My word, frame-worthy.
100. Robert, you require
was 121.
111.
That gave him the UK Open 12 years ago. 111?
71.
I beg your pardon, it was 13 years ago. But he's on tops this time, and there's nothing that Wilkinson can do about
60.
it.
Robert, you require 40.
To start with a win. Double 10.
20. Carl, you require
That is
156.
10 missed for the match.
Well, the 156 not going to go.
45.
Robert Thornton, that 180
Robert,
put
you
him
require 20.
well ahead in the leg.
Double 5.
10.
Unlucky for some, it's 13. It's starting
Carl,
to
you
get like his first
require
game from yesterday.
111.
And the irony that Wilkinson is now on the same shot that Robert missed to win the match.
Well, he's opted for a different route, and that treble 3 that means Robert Thornton, and you feel it might be the last opportunity Robert Thornton gets.
33.
Can he find
Robert,
double
you
5?
require 10.
He's just done a little bit of Andy Bolton yoga in the background. It hasn't worked. Does this.
No
It's
score.
the wrong double. His 15th match dart
Carl, you require 78.
hits double 15, which he didn't need. Double 12 for the biggest pinch you've ever seen.
$66.
And now Thornton goes back to 5s.
Robert, you require
Well, we go
10.
on.
$5.
I think this is going to be a game that
Carl, you
Robert
require
probably will
12.
remember for a long time, especially if Wilkinson hits this double 6. Not double 1. This will make Robert feel even worse.
No score.
I've lost count of how many match darts we
Yeah.
did collectively
Robert, you
now.
require 5.
Absolutely.
Double 2 again.
3.
You hear the
Carl,
yell
you
from Robert
require
Thornton.
12.
Pure frustration.
Well, somebody earlier in the match, I accused them of having the Wilkie voodoo doll. Well, somebody's had the Thornton one out. I think this is the right thing to do, just to take a breather. And it continues.
No score. Robert, you require
We've all
2.
been involved in games like this. I know I have.
No score.
He just doesn't understand.
Carl, you require
And like you say,
12.
Laura, we've all been there. Double 3 again.
6.
Will this game
Robert, you require
ever end?
It's contagious.
Game shot. And
Well, I
a
make
match,
that his
Robert Thornton.
26th match dart. It is something we've never seen before. I think the person leaving the stage right now in Wilkinson will understand that maybe he deserved to lose that game in the end. But what a game that was. Maybe for all of the wrong reasons. Next, it's Brandon against Scarat. I think what we should do now is move on to the next game and maybe cast that previous one out to sea and give it a Viking funeral. Because we did have quite a lot of misstarts in that match, in particular for the match. But really key is the fact that Thornton won the game, and now we only have 4 points between top and bottom. And that's not going to change after this game. The man from Tennessee's back for his 5th day of the week. And he's up against the 9-dart hero, the lefty from Yorkshire, that is Jasper Scarat. Both of these guys are very much in the fray. If Brandon wins, he goes to 8 points with the top 2. If Scarat wins, we've got 2 on 8, 2 on 6, and 2 on 4. For a little bit of uniformity. It can't possibly be that simple.
No, it doesn't tend to end up being that simple, does it, here at the Super Series, especially on the day where people
First
are
leg
either
is
going through to
Jensen's
finals
was
night or they
reversed.
are going out the door.
Game on.
There's some people who come here, if they're ejected from a week's play, they can be home in as little as 10 or 15 minutes.
55.
For the likes of Scarat, 5 or 6 hours. Brandon? More like half a day.
59.
Now, I'm not going to leave this on pause. You've been doing some research, Laura, into place names in Tennessee, and you found a really good one.
Well, only in so much as
99.
it's the same area of Tennessee. We were mentioning the Choo Choo Open, weren't we, yesterday? That was a source of conversation. But yeah, there's a place in Tennessee called Jasper. You were also asking about famous
140.
Jaspers, so I just thought, it's all quite connected.
Do you get the feeling you could walk up to Jason and say, do you know there's a place in Tennessee called Jasper? Oh, yeah, I know
140.
Jasper. I wouldn't be surprised if he's played darts there before. In the burgeoning territory of Tennessee with the good old steel tip game.
Yeah, sorry, I've just Googled it. He lives about half an hour away, so I'm pretty confident he'll know exactly where it is.
Absolutely. I haven't had a great deal of 180 so far today, just a couple in that previous game.
125.
We've already had our
Jasper, you
first here.
require 122.
It was a pretty competitive meeting between the pair of these yesterday. It was Brandon that just edged Scarat.
It's
44.
quite unfortunate not to
Jason,
get a
you
treble
require
there.
82.
Brandon's finishing yesterday really was good. How good is that bull? Needs an end product.
50.
Hasn't quite got it.
Jasper, you require 78.
Unfortunate deflection for Jason Brandon, but Scarat with an early opportunity to break.
58.
Not quite.
Jason, you require 32.
Brandon has had a really interesting relationship with double 16 this week.
Game shot.
It
the
works
first
this
leg,
time, but you
Jason
can see
Brandon.
from that camera angle how his darts behave in the final third. It's almost as if they twist and corkscrew to the
Second leg
right-hand
is
side.
Jasper to throw first. Game up.
They do travel very quick with those kite-shaped flights. 86 average
41.
exactly yesterday for the American. That's not too bad as long as your finishing is good, which it was. It was the best. How much more does he need to find today
38.
to threaten everyone? It's not too much, right?
I don't think so. I think, especially as we get to the business end of proceedings today, if you can maintain that level, maintain that finishing especially,
41.
then I think it could be enough.
After Wednesday, the Americans were broken up. Spellman went to Group B.
99.
Brandon came here. They will be hoping to meet again.
Well, they've both put themselves in great positions to be
60.
able to do that. Alex Spellman in a qualification position in Group B, and Jason Brandon not far off it himself. And he would have seen Carl Wilkinson slip up in that opening match
60.
against Robert Thornton as well, and it just really could have opened it up, the group.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Wilkinson needs a bit of a lie down after that first game he's played today, but he doesn't have long
137.
because he's got Sharp next. You see, even though he's hit the treble 20 there, he doesn't like the way it's sitting because he doesn't believe he's going to get another one.
99.
This is something that everybody needs to understand. Just because you hit a treble 20 doesn't mean you have to stay there. You've got to have what's called a good treble, an inviting one.
100.
And that's just goes down to how, knowing how your darts lie, knowing how they land in the board is also very important, because for me, a dart above the treble, I find that really difficult
105.
to get one underneath. I
Jasper, you
prefer to
require
stack above, so I would
122.
always try and switch if it was awkward.
Yeah, because your throw's quite loopy. And you've got one of the longest darts.
They are quite long. Yeah, everyone says they're quite long.
97.
Those are more like javelins.
Jason, you require 100.
Scarat misses the bull for an equaliser, and Brandon is thinking about all the 20s here. Needs 4 more.
80. Jasper, you require 25.
Only gets 4. Needed 5.
Double 8 for 1-all.
17.
There's a little shadow on that
Jason,
double
you
4 there,
require
showing
20.
just how close it was. Oh, that's such a
Game
beautiful
shot,
dart from
second leg,
Brandon.
Jason Brandon.
Plum. That's exactly where you want to hit it every time.
Third leg, it's Jason to throw first.
He probably could have hit
Game on.
another 2 double 10s with that lie. Scarat's average yesterday, 77.5.
57.
I don't think that's going to be good enough today. Especially against Brandon and Sharp from what we've seen from them so far.
40.
Yeah, the question mark over Sharp, wasn't it, was how well he'd start off. He said he is notoriously not the quickest to get out of the blocks, but he was quite impressive in our opening match against Carl Gabriel.
81.
If that's a bad start, I wonder what he's going to do next.
$100.
It's actually quite a common complaint amongst amateur dart players. They just don't know how to get out of the blocks. They don't know how to switch on from dart 1.
81.
That means their preparation hasn't been ideal. You've got to put yourself under pressure before you play. You've got to get your mind and body ready for pressure.
100.
You think when people go to the driving range before they play the final round of the Ryder Cup, think they're just hitting balls
140.
and not looking at results or targets. They're looking at everything. Swing speeds, ball speeds, trajectories. They're looking at everything. And that's what you need to look at when you're
60.
practicing before a game like
Jason,
this.
you require
You need to
142.
get things right. And if things are going wrong, you put them right.
It's the only downside, isn't it, with practice, is that you can't really replicate those pressurised situations, and you can't. There is nothing
58.
like match practice. But I do agree. I think perhaps the days of having a casual chuck in a back room whilst you're warming up, perhaps that's not quite enough for players now.
105.
Yeah, it's not conducive
Jason, you
to
require
great
84.
results. You need to have some sort of simulated pressure just for a few minutes.
Game
The
shot,
finishing
third leg,
is good
Jason
again.
Brandon.
If he turns up today, I think we might be seeing him on Saturday night.
Fourth leg, it's Jasper to throw first. Game on.
He's 3 from 7, but the misses he has had, they all came in that very first leg. It's been
60.
perfection in legs 2 and 3 when it comes to the outer ring.
$57.
We just don't know. The American players might have an army with them. They might all want to come here on Saturday night and chant
100.
that they are the champions.
You get a crowd in when resembling, is it Rocky? The old USA going on in the
100.
background. And
That's right. We're going to do a video package of Alex Spellman and Jason Brandon running down London Road with loads of people behind them.
180.
You might as well put Scarat in that group as well. He'd probably outdo everybody on the assault course based on his army background.
he's outdoing Jason Brandon in this
60.
particular leg and
Jasper, you
needs
require
to find a way back in the
161.
match.
There's always a way back. We've seen somebody lose from 3-0 up this week. And that's the
87.
bitterest pill to swallow. Brandon did start with a leg difference of
140.
Zero.
Jasper, you require 74.
He could use a few extra legs in wins like this, if he can get them.
58.
He has a chance of 4-0.
Jason, you require 144.
And we've already seen a 1-4-3 today, which is harder than this.
Well, we might have to wait if we're going to see a 1-4-4. Again, doesn't like the lie. Slides across the oche.
45.
Sometimes
Just
I
when you
find with players when they do
16.
take the opportunity to move, I understand it. You're opening up the bed, you're trying to find the right angle, but they just go adrift.
Needs to go. And
12.
doesn't.
Jason, you require
Hasn't hit a double for
99.
9 attempts in this game. And it's a couple of 9s here he needs. A couple of tops.
Game
Beautiful
shot. And the
finishing
match, Jason
from
Brandon.
Jason Brandon, who is now very much part of a trio at the top. He's on 8 points now, and with a 4-0 victory, he has now jumped to second position. Carl Wilkinson started the day top the table. He's not there anymore because Brandon is now above him after that 4-0 victory.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
One round down and 4 to go on Friday, and things have taken a bit of a turn because we have 3 players at the top on 8 points, and we have 3 players in the bottom half all on 4. And they can only watch as 2 of the top 3 will now go toe-to-toe. So someone is about to go to the top on 10 points on their own. Now, Wilkinson started the day on top of the table. He's now 3rd.
First leg is Carter, throw first.
Sharp is top,
Game on.
But if Wilkinson can recover after losing his first game, he'll be back at the top and he will definitely be part of the fold. That
85.
cabal at the top, the three that the odds compilers thought would run away with this, it seems to be starting, Laura.
It does, but if I've got any concern at the moment for any
134.
of those players, it's got to be Carl Wilkinson. He came undone against Robert Thornton in a match that you can only
134.
describe as being slightly, it was entertaining, but possibly not always for the right reasons, because they both had opportunities to win. They both had plenty of chances to get across the line.
40.
But I also felt like the scoring prowess that we saw from Wilkie yesterday, that wasn't there in the first match. So it's just something that needs to be changed and changed quickly.
60.
And he's had less than 15 minutes since the end of game 2 to come into this one. A point that was made not long ago.
180.
And he might just be getting sharp at the wrong time. That's a statement you can actually attribute to two different things.
It is, yeah.
100.
I just
David, you
had to
require
think about which version of it
147.
you were referring to, but yeah, David Sharp, he started really well today. 4-2 victory
43.
over Carl Gabriel,
Carl,
but it was a
require
comprehensive
122.
performance as well. 4 out of 10, a 143 finish, and an 86.5 average.
What you doing, Wilkie?
97.
That would have been a somewhat
David, you
fortuitous
require
1-2-2 if there
104.
is such a thing. All is not lost. Treble 19 needed. Not that treble.
36. Carl, you require 25.
Needs a clean take.
Game shot.
That
the
is
first leg,
exactly
Carl
what he
Wilkinson.
needed. Take it and run, Carl.
Second leg is David to throw first.
But it's just
Game
a
up.
reminder to yourself and a nod to say, right, okay, first game, we'll forget about that. We have to move on. But you've only got a few more matches left to
100.
make sure that you secure a top 2 spot.
100.
And it's especially difficult when your 2 closest competitors, you've just watched them in the first match, Sharp picking up 2 points, and then Jason Brandon, that
57.
4-0 win.
Yeah, you've got to be on it now until the end.
And when you have had a bit of a disaster on the Oki,
45.
I mean, I sometimes get this same feeling when we play like, at county level. It's obviously slightly different. It's not round robin, but you're kind of hoping that the match before you go on just lasts as
125.
long as possible, just so you can just have that little bit more time to focus, to prep, to get yourself in the zone. And he would have just watched Jason Brandon
60.
go 4-0, no, straight back on.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
That is the other thing that players have to mitigate. And we talk
52.
about it, you know, in all tournaments, really. If you're not the first game on, then you don't necessarily know exactly when you're going to be coming up to the board. So you need to make sure that you're ready
140.
at any time,
David,
really.
you require
It
167.
was said in the PDC I wanted to be first on in the session because I knew exactly when I was towing the Oki. That's why experience
100.
here is such a
Carl,
big
you
thing,
require 156.
because you get used to the rhythms of game in, game out.
60. David, you
Chance
require
for an equaliser.
67.
That's not ideal. He really should be going 11 bull now.
20.
Well, this is an invitation
Carl,
for a
you
break of
require
throw.
96.
Big chance. Double 9.
87. David, you require
Can't
47.
ever remember him reacting like that before.
No, it's early signs of
Game shot in the
frustration.
second
And
leg. David
it was
Sharp.
punished in the end. It was an opportunity for Wilkinson.
Yeah, that kind of reaction
Third leg is
in
Carl
Yorkshire
to
is
throw
reserved
first.
for when the
Game
bakeries
up.
lost all their pies.
$100.
He's a big lad, is Carl. He's a very likeable gent as well.
58.
He's a bit like Gorgeous George from Snatch. He's the kind of guy that you want to have as a pal. He looks like the kind of guy who's going to have a van.
100.
He's the kind of guy who would fix your washing machine. And he's the kind of guy you want him to go in last in your county team because he'll get you the points.
94.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of playing alongside Wilkinson earlier on in the year,
85.
representing England.
What kind of teammate was he? Was he vocal?
Yeah, honestly, I can't fault any of them. It's the first time I played as a senior in that kind of environment, and yeah, what it does to you when the pride you have when you put on that shirt. I wasn't quite ready for it, and yeah, everyone behind everyone else. It was a brilliant experience.
60.
I can echo those sentiments. When I first played for Australia, we had Steve MacArthur in our team. I have never
156.
known anyone to be as positive and vocal and supporting as Steve in any team environment.
100.
He was amazing.
You can't underestimate what that does to you as a player. And as I say, it was just a wonderful
58.
experience, and it's Wilkinson.
Can't you require 56?
He's definitely picked up the pace since that opening match, and he's had to.
He's
Game
figuring
shot
out the
third leg.
doubles.
Go Wilkinson.
One at a time. He could be 3-0 up, but 2-1 is not bad. He's protecting his throw
Fourth
quite
leg is
well.
David to throw first.
Was that a
Game
nod
up.
to a Meatloaf reference? 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
You can't have meatloaf without gravy.
I wondered, it's the first gravy
91.
reference you've had today. I was wondering, but I didn't know if we were going to have a pie-focused day or where the food references were coming from.
60.
My reputation precedes me. Yeah, Sharp is not quite deep
82.
fried yet. He'll be thinking about finishing touches as and when he has the chance.
100.
I think some of these players are feeling the tension because this week it is not cut and dry. You've got Stein de
85.
Klerk in Saturday night. That was unexpected from Group A. Chaz Barstow not getting points
100.
last night was very surprising to a lot of people. And there are many people who can still do well in this group.
Well, you know you're not safe. You have to maintain that high intensity, that high focus
41.
until you have got a position in Saturday's finals. That's what these group stages are all about. Yes, we love the big finishes, we love the 9 darters, but it's all about making it through to Saturday.
100.
In this kind of situation, dart players are like seals on a small iceberg. And there are orcas circling, just thinking, what can we do with this person? What can we do with this
52.
creature?
Carl, you require 141.
As the predators circle, you just got to try and protect your interests. That's exactly what Wilkinson's feeling right now.
45.
He feels
David,
under
you
threat.
require 150.
And I guess as the day goes on, it's the equivalent of the iceberg melting, isn't it?
Indeed.
Time was running out.
90. Carl, you require 96.
It's steady,
56.
but steady might not
David,
be good
you
enough.
require 60.
This is a very important shot. This is just for a hold of throw.
40.
What a chance this is for
Carl, you
Wilkie now.
require 40.
He couldn't ask for much more.
We could ask for a tops, and
Game
it
shot
is
in the
found
fourth
its
leg.
second
Go,
dart.
Wilkinson.
Break a throw, and Wilkinson now moves within 1.
Well, what's mystifying here is the drop-off from Sharp. He was very
Fifth leg is
dependable in his
Carl to
first
throw
game.
First.
He's lost about
Game up.
14 from his previous average. And Wilkinson really has taken advantage of that. Sharp won this fixture yesterday
44.
by 4 legs to 1. If Wilkinson gets his own back with that same scoreline, he jumps back to the top of the
44.
table.
100.
It feels like for Sharp, it's taken a kind of similar vein as yesterday, because although he lost his opener, he had a 91.5 average against Jason Brandon, but
60.
got a 4-3 victory over Jasper Scarat in the second match. But like you say, dropped right off. It was around a 74, 75. So if there's any criticism, it's just
100.
that level of maintaining consistency in and around the kind of 85 to 90 mark.
It was the same for Ronan McDonough last night. His range of
85.
performance from top to bottom was a gap of over 20 points. You don't want it to be that high.
97.
You want to have a range of about 10 at most. Somewhere between 85 and 95. Now, if you put in that ridiculous performance like Ronan did last night, it does somewhat skew it.
100. Carl, you require 160.
But this is a game that Wilkinson will feel like he should win from here.
60.
Feeling like you should win is one thing. Getting it done is another. And if there's anybody who knows that in this game, it's Carl.
174.
Especially now.
Carl, you require 100.
That was an interesting leave. That's an interesting dart. He knows how big this is. It is
And the man, Carl
beautiful.
Wilkinson.
What a great bounce back from Carl after losing to Thornton in a bemusing match by 4 legs to 3. Look at him. He doesn't even know what to do with himself. He has got his darts out of the board eventually, but he's shaking his head because he just didn't know what happened in the first game. We know what's happened there. He's won by 4 legs to 1, and Carl Wilkinson is back to the top of the table. We're into game 5 on Friday afternoon, and it's must-win territory for 2 players in the bottom 3. Things are getting very drastic for Scarat, for Gabriel and Thornton. They're all 4 points adrift of the top 3. But let's not forget, they've got to be in the top 2 by the end of the day to make Saturday. So whoever loses this game will only have 3 games left. And the best they could do would be 10 points. That's not going to be good enough.
Carter throw first.
Whoever comes out on top in this one will be 2 points behind Jason Brandon and David Sharp. Still very much in play. Do you concur, Laura?
97.
I do indeed. I do. Those top 3, they're just making it very difficult for the remaining 3 to get anywhere near them. Just
24.
edging forward ever so slightly.
It's not just the points, but the leg difference is starting to widen as well.
84.
Everybody in the bottom 3 is on a minus leg difference. Everybody in the top 3, they're all positive.
100.
No matter what happens, Scarat has had the best week of his darting life.
I'd agree. He said himself this isn't an arena that he would be
86.
used to playing in, playing players that he probably would never normally have the opportunity to play against. But to pin a 9 darter here as well, there's definitely a lot that Jasper Scarat and Carl Gabriel
100.
can take from playing here.
$45.
Now, there are other things happening in the darting world today. In fact, all over the place. Development Tour action is happening today, tomorrow and on Sunday.
83.
ADA darts in Australia. Very, very important stuff there.
100.
Place at the World Championship up for grabs, and a place in the Aussie Premier League. And of course the Czech Darts Open in Prague, which has already seen wins for Benny Pratnama, for Modus Razma,
82.
Andrew
Can't you
Gilding,
require
and just now
89?
Cameron Menzies. Double 16 for Gabriel.
73. Jasper, you require 112.
Had it surrounded. I've stopped speculating how Scarat gets finishes. So just take it away, Jasper.
There's 52 left, so I'm presuming a more traditional route, but
Yes.
well, it is 20 for double 16.
Game shot in the first
Traditional
leg,
route,
Jasper
and it was
Scarat.
pinned well by Jasper Scarat.
There's a little bit of swagger
Second
there
leg,
from
to
Jasper.
throw
I
first.
like it.
Game on.
You ever seen the opening scene to Saturday Night Fever? Where Tony Monero's walking down with a slice of pizza and a can of paint in his hand. That was a bit like Jasper right there.
118.
That's probably the first time he's ever been likened to someone from Saturday Night
80.
Fever.
Yeah, it's out there a bit, isn't it?
He's probably a little bit too young to have taken part in the old disco era. I bet that was fun.
41.
You mentioned all of the darts that's been played today. I did have one eye
100.
just on a certain player over on the development tour, and that is Bo Greaves, who has made her way through already to a semi-final, solidifying her place back at the top of the rankings for now.
60.
But she's just taken out someone who's very well known to us here in Jensen Walker, 5 legs to 3 with a 92 average. Prior to that, Dan Perry, who's also played here, 103 average.
60.
Bo just seems to be, anything she touches at the moment is just turning gold, and she's playing some amazing stuff.
She may be getting even closer to an agonizing
41.
choice. Anything that young lady gets, she deserves. She is a credit to this entire sport.
100.
She is, and I think the thing I admire the most, away from the fact that she is just an unbelievable talent on the oche, is the way that she's managed herself, because she has spoken openly about having dartitis, having to battle through that to come back to
41.
play
Can't you
at
require
this level as well
161?
now. The fact that she's quite happy to take opportunities when she wants to, when she feels it's right for her. And I think anyone that questions the decisions she makes, well, I think she's shut them all down by the way she's playing.
I can imagine what the chant would be for her at Ali Pali if she chooses to go there. Bo Greaves, she does what she wants.
140. Carl, you require 70.
Tops.
50.
And he can't skid his way through.
You require
Scarat,
60.
mate.
Really high in the 20 bed. It's got space on either side.
50. Carl, you
There's
require
a school of thought that
20.
that single was ideal. He could possibly go in off the right-hand side of the barrel. Couldn't do it. Oh, that's a nice shot there from
Carl Gabriel.
Carl Gabriel, who's sporting the navy blue top today, and apparently the man from the
Third
army
leg
didn't
is
get the
Carl to
memo.
throw first. Game on.
He decided to go with the away shirt. This is going to be their last meeting of the week.
54.
We know that now because whoever loses this one is going to be cut adrift a little bit. And as the games go on, we will start to put
27.
little X's next to names as if to say they're going to be going home after this. But I wouldn't be surprised if Gabriel were to stick around
100.
until Sunday and come here and watch on Saturday night, if indeed he doesn't qualify.
And you do see that from a lot of players, don't you? They will hang around, support the people that
60.
they've got to know over the week.
It's not quite like Deal or No Deal when they had that insufferable,
83.
oh, well, we were such good friends the last few days, and just open the box. It's not quite like that.
No,
100.
just admiring, or I don't know if I'm worried about the passion that you have for box opening and Deal or No Deal, but
Ask Hendo.
yeah.
We've had deep discussions
60.
about this.
I get it, because it's obviously filling up for the the TV, and they want you to say things. The one thing I don't get is when they cry
81.
when it's a big number, because you've got no control over that. Does that make me a bit heartless? I don't really
No.
know.
Woman after my own heart.
45.
I love this country because we get so passionate about tipping point. We like tipping points in darts because there's no such thing as predictable in this sport. That's why we love it.
$63.
And that was good board management from Jasper Scarat.
137.
Yeah, not something we've said
Jasper, you
all
require
week.
170.
We were talking about unpredictability, and he's quite possibly the embodiment of that when it's come to some finishing.
Yeah, just keeping us on our toes,
60.
keeping us guessing.
Carl,
I
you
suppose there's
require
nothing wrong with that.
22. Game
You've got to
shot
do
for
the
third
right things
leg.
at the
Carl
right times, isn't that
Gabriel.
right, Carl? He really doesn't hang around.
Fourth leg is Jasper to throw first. Game on.
I've been looking at some things this morning to do with bucket lists.
140.
You're about to go to South Korea with your country, and we are incredibly proud of you, Laura, and we hope you do really, really well over there with your team.
100.
But because darts has grown so much, is there a part of the world that you haven't been that you really want to go and see?
There's a lot. I actually never had
100.
the opportunity to go to Canada. I have not been to Australia, New Zealand. Obviously becoming darting hotbeds over there as well.
100.
But even though I've been to America a couple of times to play, there are so many other places in the US that I haven't visited. So, yeah, and do you know what? The other one that I'm really intrigued and would really like to go
60.
to is Iceland. I've heard so much about the setup they've got there and how beautiful the country is. So, yeah, there's a lot.
You know Inge Bjorg, don't you?
140.
Inge Bjorg Magnusdottir? She's the one who organises the Iceland Open.
I do indeed.
You need to go there.
Yeah.
It is incredible.
a lot of it though, and it comes down to diary management.
93.
Obviously, there's so
Time
many
required
clashes now
161.
between all the big tournaments.
Yeah, speaking of a clash, the thing going through the mind of these two
43.
players is, should they
Just
stay
be
or should they
required
go?
108.
Oh, look, someone's left 118 again, but it's not Scarat this time. Is he going to give Gabriel a go?
68.
He doesn't give him the heave-ho, and
Card
he
you
does give him a
require
go.
118.
Well, that's definitely not the way to go.
Should have gone for an 18.
28. Jasper, you require 40.
No comment. Let's comment on tops.
Game shot.
That's
in the
good
fourth
enough.
leg, Jasper Scarat.
This one, very, very close, and not doing these guys a favour because of their leg difference being so negative.
Fifth leg is Carter.
What they
throw
really
first.
needed
Game on.
was a big victory. Yeah, on the darting bucket list, I have to say that
54.
maybe going to a big African event would be good. To see all the players from Kenya, Botswana, South Africa, and from some other countries as well. I'd love to see what it's like, how they prepare.
100.
Yeah, even after you've asked me that, I think the list for me is actually probably longer than the places I've been to. And I've been lucky enough to
95.
travel all around Europe, over to Asia, as I say, North America. But, you know, there's tournaments over in Barbados, Costa Rica.
100.
One that's now been set up. I think that's run a few times over in Egypt. I have been to Egypt, but not to play darts.
100.
I've been asked many times in the past, what's the one darting moment that you stood back and you said, oh my word, what is this? It wasn't anything in the PDC. It was Darts Live over in Hong Kong. Walked into a venue that was in a mall. Walked into the venue and I saw nearly 1,000 dart players.
140.
It was like a scene from Tron. The noises, the lights, the sounds. It was overwhelming.
100. Jasper, you require
Bit like walking in here on a Saturday
161.
night.
Treble 17 couldn't be found.
97. Card you
This is a
require
very even
152.
game. They're playing at the same level they've played at all week.
80 scored in total.
They just can't seem to find that
100.
consistent other
Jasper, you
gear.
require 64.
Yeah, we know they've got it. As we've already mentioned, the 9 darter earlier on in the week from Scarat. And obviously we know those levels are not maintainable, but then if you can back them up with those 4 to 5 kind of visits.
Game shot in the fifth leg, Jasper Scarat.
That could be big. That's a break of throw. I don't know if you've noticed this so far today, but he's been stepping back
Sixth leg is
a
Jasper
little
to throw
bit
first.
when he's had an
Game on.
important shot at a double, more today than at any point this week. I think he really does understand that it's now or never. Because there's no guarantees coming back.
100.
For people like Jasper, who wins a qualifier and gets here, he might think this might be the only time I get here.
60.
Even if you are leaving, you know, there's a lot of work for both these players still to do. But even if this is the kind of end of your experience here this week, you want to
100.
leave on a high, don't you? You want to prove to everyone the levels that you've got, making the most of the chance.
Yes, Endgame is not just the name of
31.
Jeremy Clarkson's bull. It is what everybody wants here. A good endgame.
36.
Not a fan of darts, Jeremy Clarkson, apparently. Hasn't got a dartboard in his pub.
It's not that kind of pub, though, is it? It's
No.
one of those gastro ones.
100.
He's had Eddie Hall on his farm this week. That's pretty strong.
134.
And he did get his board management okay there as well.
Yeah, it's much improved.
100. Jasper, you require 131.
To get a much-needed win. A win would take Scarat to 6 points. Into 4th position.
121.
Almost had it with a ton plus checkout as well.
Yeah, we've already seen the 112 from Jasper Scarat this match.
100. Jasper, you
The
require
last time we saw
10.
double 5, we were here for a while.
Five.
Here we go again.
Carl, you require
And it might be
110.
a last leg decider after all.
Yeah, look to the heavens from Scarat. But it is a reprieve. It's
46.
not straightforward. Make
Jasper, you
sure of
require
that single
5.
number.
That's about as good as it gets.
Game shot.
He's
and
found it
match,
right
Jasper
in the
Scarat.
corner and at just the right time. It is going to be their last meeting of the week. They've struck up a bit of a friendship, but there's no tears on the stage because Jasper Scarat has still got work to do. That 4-2 victory gets him to 6 points, and he's clinging on to the people in the top 3. Welcome back. We've got Game 6 coming up for you, and things are getting very interesting. But this time, we've got one person from the top 3 taking on the person who has been at the bottom of the table since the start of this group. But Robert Thornton is not out of things yet because he won his first game of the day. Only just. 4 out of 31 on the doubles in his first game today. Yesterday, it was 0 from 21. So now that the first games of the day are out the way, maybe he can find a way to get onto 6 points with Jasper Scarat and to keep Brandon on 8.
First leg
That
is
is
Robert
the
to
mission.
throw first. Game up.
We said at the beginning of the day, didn't we? It was going to be a tough task for Thornton. And how many times have we seen that? Oh, and twice. 2 on the floor.
Crash, bang, wallop. Well, it can't be a luck thing. It's happened about 10 times.
100.
Is it a case that Robert Thornton, perhaps on times when he finds that pace and that rhythm that we know him to have
81.
so well, he's throwing it almost too accurately? You've mentioned obviously he's got the flight protector in. If he clips that, then any pace or momentum that the dart has, it's just taken away instantly.
60.
Well, listen to the sound that the barrels make when they scrape against each other. Because it's a bit like a spoon on one of those grates that they have in Middle America where
55.
somebody plays the thing on their chest in Louisiana.
It's like a washboard.
That's it. It's a really violent noise.
85.
Let's see if we can hear it here.
98.
It doesn't happen this time, but watch out for it when the barrel scrapes against the other one. It's because his grip technology is so sharp and there's so much of it. It's a scraping noise when it hits against it.
42.
I think the less said about his first game, the better. It was a bit of a noodle salad, wasn't it? A bit of everything.
Yeah,
97.
definitely wasn't as good as it gets for Robert Thornton, but he did get the win, and that was the most important thing.
$44. Robert, you require
Look at the bright side.
110.
He's on a finish first, and it's gettable. Okay,
90.
that wasn't part of the plan.
Jason,
That
you
was
require
plan B, and it didn't come
170.
off.
$100.
He didn't want
Robert,
to
you
leave double
require
10.
20.
But now that he's got a shot at it, he'd like to take it out.
Game
Oh,
shot of
that'll be
first leg,
relief.
Robert Thornton.
He's found double 5. He found that a bit tricky in his first game.
Second leg, it's Jason.
It was that
to throw
last leg,
first.
wasn't it? The
Game
one
up.
to get across the line. It was a real battle between himself and Carl Wilkinson. But double 5, as you say, it was very much part of the problem.
60.
Just imagine if Robert were to make the top 2 today. It would be one of those massive comebacks that we would reference for years.
100.
Remember in the first international pairs when Scotland were pretty much out of it? I think they were 100 to 1.
They most definitely were, yes, because I think
60.
that's the quote that we still go back to where Chris Murphy mentioned if you put £1 on Scotland, you'll lose £1.
Well, there you go.
97.
And if you are having a flutter today, make sure you do so responsibly. Gambleaware.org for all of the information you need on responsible gambling.
43. $43.
Won't be happy with that one, that's for sure. Brandon hasn't really turned up in this game yet. I think these players are starting to feel the pressure.
140.
Well, again, they would have seen players all around them picking up points. And like you say, as the afternoon goes on, the time starts to run
140.
out. You do get just that little bit more urgency.
$94. Robert, you require 121.
He hit this to win the UK Open. And he's got it
Shot on the second
again.
leg,
A slightly
Robert
different
Thornton.
way. Great recovery. And a great finish to take a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game up.
His first win of this group came at JB's expense. Is he about to be Jason's American nightmare?
Could say
24.
an opportunity to be a thorn in his side.
Do you know who Robert's favourite singer is?
I don't.
Annie Lennox.
41.
I believe that's still the case. He told me that years ago. He actually hasn't got a bad voice himself, Robert.
Ooh, that'd be a
140.
nice little new segment maybe for a bit of content.
Yeah, but the only time I've ever heard him sing was when he was asleep.
Really?
It's a random story.
98.
We've shared a room all over the world. And the one time he was singing was when he was in the land of Nod. And it was note perfect.
81.
Yeah, we could start up like the Modus Music Fest and
136.
get the players that fancy a bit of a sing-song up on the stage each week.
Yeah, I think the first two people on the list would be Veronica Henderson
60.
and Andy Bolton.
Yeah, Andy Bolton does like a tune or two. X Factor.
$96.
That's a nice leave. It's a gettable shot. Only one treble required to get to the bullseye. Much better rhythm from
140.
Robert, though.
Jason, you require 130.
It's starting to come together. How does he find this treble?
I'm not.
Such a hard dart.
It was, and yeah, I was going to say it's not like that. Slight hesitation
32.
there.
Robert, you require 56.
Double top.
36.
Oh, an invitation to take this third leg.
Jason,
It
you
should have been
require
taken.
98.
Jason Brandon yet to have a go at a double, and
58.
Robert Thornton with an
Robert, you require
opportunity to
20.
still deny him that chance.
Oh, that's a blocker. But he's
James
found a
on the
really
third
surgical
leg,
shot to
Robert
take a
Thornton.
3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game up.
Lots of gesticulating on the stage at the same time. It's as if they're miming to each other. Brandon, exasperated.
134.
Thornton, mystified.
Well, both players had a little bit of a wait since their opening matches.
100.
Robert Thornton in game 2, Brandon in game 3. But as you say, Jason Brandon, for him, the break seemingly hasn't done him many favours.
96. $85.
He still believes he's going to get out of this group, Robert. He's not playing his best darts, but he is grafting right now. And he will understand that nobody is playing their best darts today.
47.
And with all of his experience and his grit and determination, he will feel like this is the kind of group he can get through.
100.
Jason's just not finding his first dart.
100.
Still not bad. But like Laura mentioned in the previous leg, he needs to get shots at doubles. He hasn't had any yet.
111.
Again,
Jason, you
Robert
require
Thornton
124.
just piling on the pressure. That is a good first start. It's a good second. Double 11.
113.
The first start at a double,
Robert,
but
you require 105.
goes awry.
Might be the last one he gets. Double top. Classic
Game start and the
Thornton.
match, Robert Thornton.
He needed a big win at some point, and he's got the ideal scoreline there. That is a bit of a disaster for Jason Brandon, who now sees Robert Thornton only 2 points behind him, and things in the middle of the table are creating chaos but all in the best possible way, because now when we come back from the break, we'll show you the chaos on the table. Well, we really are having a cracking time here, aren't we, on Friday afternoon? We've seen Robert Thornton win twice, one time by 4-0, the other one shall remain nameless because of how many darts a double were in that match. But now, if we look at the table, things are getting really interesting. Carl Wilkinson is top of the table now, but in the previous round, he started in third. David Sharp has been second and third, and now everybody in pursuit, even including Carl Gabriel by the skin of his teeth, he's still in this. But Thornton, with 2 wins to take himself off the foot of the table, he is now knocking on the door of the top 2. So round 3 today is going to be really interesting to add to this already bold mixture that we've had over the first 7 rounds of this group. If things are going to be a bit more chaotic, then a win for Scarat in this Yorkshire Derby would give us the following. Wilkinson on 10 points, Scarat on 8 points, with Brandon and Sharp. And we've got Thornton against Sharp to come in the Scotland Derby.
First is Jasper to throw first. Game on.
If you think it's all a bit confusing, it is. But don't worry. not to use another food reference on purpose, but this is going to be a lot of squished tomatoes put in a muslin cloth, and by the end we're going to have a lovely clear consommé. It will be clear as consommé by the end of the day.
Not the way I make it.
100.
Yeah, not my forte, I'm afraid, in the kitchen. I'm rather good with a you know, a food ordering app. You know, there's a few of those.
See, I'm not very good with one of those.
25.
I think the last thing on the mind of these guys is nourishment.
60.
They want points. They're going to be like Pac-Man, searching for the number 2 to crunch up.
60.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall in that practice room right now. It'll be tense.
Understandably so, because
100.
no one is mathematically out of the equation as yet. And I have to agree, we said that these earlier rounds, they're going to really see the table take shape, and we've seen that. And what it has done is added confusion. But these next 3 games, you've obviously got
80.
Scarat against Wilkinson here, but then the next one, Thornton, Sharp. So we could have quite a few players all in contention.
45.
Brandon's having a bit of a day, isn't he? He's won 4-0 and lost 4-0.
And how costly
60.
the 4-0 losses, the 4-1 losses could be for players. Brandon already found himself in Group C by way
55.
of a leg difference only. So close to being in Group B.
He has been doing this a bit today, just taking his time on certain shots.
90.
He's missed his single, but it might not hurt him. It hasn't. If he takes this out.
60.
But he should have had 3 darts at a double. He's only going to get 2. Turns out he only needs the 1.
Jasper Scarat.
Very good indeed. I think the right word to use to describe
Second leg, it's Carl to throw
this fella is
first.
plucky. It's got nothing to do with turkeys.
85.
If you think that isn't a direct reference to something they've already done this morning, then think again. Because we do have some content coming to the Modus Super Series
60.
channel here on Pluto TV and to our social channels. Something to do with turkey feathers.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one to watch.
There has been a result in a very important tournament in Australia.
41.
Very, very late it is in Australia right now. In Melton, in Victoria. Tournament win
81.
in the ADA for Ben Robb, someone who has played here a couple of times. He's beaten Tim Pusey in that ADA final.
100.
He also beat Raymond Smith, the number 1 seed in the semis. Really, really big race going on for Australian Premier League spots right now. But the first tournament of the weekend goes the way of Ben Robb.
You talk about a race, and I feel that what initially starts off as a bit of a marathon here at the Super Series in terms of the amount of games you've got to mitigate. It's turning into a bit of a sprint finish for some of these players, and I still can't say decisively who is going to get through this group.
Ditto.
Game shot.
We know who's won this leg.
Wilkinson.
Silky from Wilkie.
Third leg is Jasper to throw first. Game on.
Carl Wilkinson yesterday, best performance came in this fixture against Jasper Scarat. Sometimes I think when you come from the same neck of the woods, if it's someone you might know a bit better, I don't know how well these two know each other, but obviously both represented Yorkshire. I just don't know, sometimes gives it that extra bit of edge.
I'm sure it would.
140.
Wilkinson is from Barnsley. Scarat from York. Not that far apart. It's a little bit of a drive, but not too much.
45.
If you are tuning in from outside of the UK, Yorkshire is the biggest county in England.
140.
But there are different regions of Yorkshire and there are rivalries within it. So if you're from Leeds or York or Barnsley or Sheffield,
121.
there's definitely a bit of one-upmanship there. Unless they're wearing the same shirt.
40.
The breaking news is that Bo Greaves has not made the final of the first Development Tour event of the weekend. She has lost out to someone who made a final in the previous series, in Charlie Manby. He'll be taking on Owen Bates in the first final of the weekend.
96.
Another name that's familiar to us here.
Yeah, he was playing in the Series 3. Champions Night was Owen. We haven't seen too much of him since.
42. Can you require 85?
This is a real opportunity, and 2 darts in hand at tops for Carl Wilkinson.
Game shot in the third leg.
It's well
Carl Wilkinson.
executed in the end.
Seems to be figuring this out after a bit of a nightmare start.
Fourth leg, it's Carter throw first.
I admire what he's doing here. That first game against Thornton could have broken many a player. It hasn't broken him.
140.
Looks like it's refocused him.
And I think you can get to this part of a campaign, especially in Group C, and you have to really break it down, like one leg at a time. Just focus on that
45.
one leg, then focus on the win, then focus on the overall table. Because if you can focus on the legs, then the rest of it works itself out. I think one of the things dart players are probably a bit guilty of
85.
is looking a little bit too far ahead, trying to work out all the permutations, and I think that can kind of set you off, give you a bit of anxiety. I know it would me, because I just want to focus on just the win.
I've had this conversation with
60.
some young players very recently, and I used an example at the time that just popped into my head. But think about it this way.
68.
If you're someone who likes to watch streamed action, and I know you do because you're watching it right now, if you're a fan of other networks which have
41.
episodes which concur with each other, so you watch one and then you want to watch the next one and the one after that, there's this little tab in the right-hand corner
123.
where it says next episode, and you have a little timer where it highlights it. Do you press next episode or do you wait? If you're impatient, you'll press it. If you don't mind, just let it run.
100.
You've got a little bit of
require
patience.
85.
You might think, where's he going with this? The thing is, you do need a little bit of patience in this game.
53.
You can't panic and press that button immediately. We are obsessed in this sport with what's next. You've got to be obsessed with what's now.
And not just in what we're actually seeing here. We're obsessed with the next big thing. We're always on the lookout, aren't we? Highlighting players that are coming through.
118.
I guess some of it is
Can you require
it's human
32?
nature. But as you say, sometimes we
Game shot in
don't
the fourth
necessarily
leg,
focus on the now, as
Wilkinson.
Carl Wilkinson goes within one. But arguably a better performance, and again on target to be the best performance we've seen from Carl Wilkinson to date.
Fifth leg is Jasper to throw first.
Yeah, this is
Game
more
up.
like it. Average of 90, double 60%. This is one of the reasons why he has the reputation he has
60.
got. Let's not forget as well, a win for Wilkinson. He will open up a 4-point gap at the top. A little bit of breathing space in a group where you really, really could use it.
45.
And I think with that bit of a gap, the rest of the field, again, all the pressure heaps right back onto them to try and keep themselves interested.
60.
He's got a big gap between now and his next game as well. His next match is match 11. This is match 6. And then he's got to wait until the very last game of the group to play again.
60.
That 4-point gap might be needed because there are multiple players that will play twice before he does again.
42.
It's just how you manage your time in between, isn't it? And it goes back to what we were saying before, because you don't actually know how much time you've got to manage. Could be all 4-0s, could be all 4-3s. You just don't know. So it's about getting the right level of
83.
preparation. But you feel a player like Carl Wilkinson, he may have just worked that out. He made the finals hit last time.
Where he lost out to a
140.
Yorkshireman. I think you'd like to set that straight. Usher's not here this week. I'm sure he will be at some point.
59.
Well, it wasn't much Carl Wilkinson could do. He hit the 140, left himself on 159. But that was a bit messy.
43.
Yeah, Lionel Messi was getting in rather an impressive ovation in Argentina yesterday in front of his home audience, playing his last international match in his home country. Such a thing as
80.
good Messi
Can't you
and
require
bad Messi.
116.
Oh, thump. Tops.
76.
Treble 20 really did go in with some punch, didn't it?
114.
You could hear the twang as it hit the board.
There's an underused word. Twang. That's definitely word of the day.
38. Carl, you require 40.
Go on, Carl, give us a twirl. He's found a W, and that is the most important thing. He can now take a break, because over the next 3 games, all he can do is watch, and he'll be watching from the top of the table with a 4-point cushion. A good performance, the kind of performance you would expect from him. He wins by 4 legs to 1, ahead of Sharp and Thornton in the Scottish Derby.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just had our Yorkshire derby for the day, and it was won by Carl Wilkinson. Again, by 4 legs to 1. Not as good as he played against Scarat yesterday, but just as effective, giving him a 4-point gap at the top of the table, and now everybody has to try and scrap for that second position. Wilkinson is looking good. He's not safe
First
yet,
leg
though.
is David to throw first.
But
Game
today, it really has been about Robert Thornton clawing his way up the table. If that continues here, a win for him against his fellow Scot.
45.
And he will be on 8 points with Jason Brandon and with Sharp. He has to continue winning, otherwise things will get just a little
45.
bit too difficult.
Yeah, and I'm sure Sharp would have been aware of everything that's happening around him in terms of the table. And I know at the beginning of the day he said he would have loved to have got
60.
through alongside his fellow Scotsman in Robert Thornton. But I imagine now all thoughts of that gone out the window, because I also feel Sharp is in a position where just needs to turn
100.
things around. Came undone slightly in that match against Carl Wilkinson earlier on this afternoon.
Yeah, it's definitely
100.
going to be one of these guys, if not none of these guys.
55.
Not everybody has a perfect record when they come to Portsmouth.
86.
Robert had a perfect Saturday record for quite some time. It was a sparkling record considering he hadn't won on
100.
a Saturday. But over the last few attempts, getting to Saturday has been quite difficult, but he has had a lot going on.
Yeah, it's a combination of factors, obviously what you
138.
mentioned there, but also, do you feel that the calibre, as we've gone through the years for the rest of the field, that's also on the up?
Very much so.
123. David, you require 72.
Double top with 1.
Game shot in the first
Exactly
leg,
what he
David
needed.
Sharp.
A little bit of an eye roll there from Sharp, as if to say, where were you earlier?
Second leg is Robert to throw first. Game on.
Don't worry. Even if we mic these guys up, you wouldn't understand them. It'd be like an episode of Rob C. Nesbitt.
95.
Earlier on, Sharp was saying he was glad that Robert was in the room because at least there's one person I can speak naturally to.
97.
Yeah, I did notice, because he said he's one of those people that speak quite quickly, that he really did slow down the pace in the interview that he had with you earlier on.
43.
I've travelled with Robert a lot over the years, and when he's around a lot of English-speaking people from places that aren't Scotland, he's quite easy to understand. But if he's around Scottish
57.
people, everybody's looking around as if say, do you know what he said there? We haven't got a clue.
140.
Which is why it's good they're playing darts, because that's a universal language.
$140. $41.
David Sharp, we've mentioned yesterday, had highs, had lows, averages ranging from just under 75 all the way up to 93.5. There was a really big
57.
range, almost 20 points between his best and his lower performances. But his best came did come in this match again, which kind of lends itself to the theory we were talking about before, that when you play with someone you're a bit more comfortable with, perhaps you can just up your level.
I wholeheartedly agree.
41.
Could the same
Robert,
be
you
said about
require
Thornton
57.
today? Oops. Didn't mean to leave it.
54. David, you
That is the
require
last thing he
109.
needs. Great find.
73.
And almost a brilliant
Robert,
finish.
you require 3.
Well, Robert has missed leaving tops twice in 2 games.
Game shot in the second
And it
leg,
hasn't
Robert
burnt him either
Thornton.
time. He had 50 left in the previous game and he hit treble 10.
Third leg is
57
David
left, he hit treble
31st.
17.
Game on.
Look at him. What a grafter.
Yeah, he's definitely turned up today knowing
140.
the job he needs to do is to win every single game. He's been battling away up on the oche.
Well, without speaking profanity,
121.
which obviously isn't allowed, there are 2 Scottish words that usually go through Robert's mind when he's in this kind of situation. It's get to.
53.
And in Scottish, it's pretty much, right, let's have it.
$140.
He is really digging deep now. I think if this were day 5 for Robert, his reserves would be different, but this is only day 2.
58.
Yeah, and I think you could see that last week, played the international pairs alongside Scott Campbell.
180.
And there were moments like this, but not as consistently. And this is a real response. 121, 140, 180 for Robert Thornton.
There are times in your
60.
career when you're
Robert,
playing
you require
Robert in this
60.
kind of form and you know you've got a problem.
Game shot in the
That
third
is
leg,
a sensational
Robert Thornton.
leg from the Thorn. He hasn't just won that leg, he has broken it in 2.
Fourth leg is Roberts at the very first. Game up.
And the thing is, the rest of the field, ourselves sat up here in the commentary box, it's not a surprise to see him playing like this. I think what was probably more the outlier was him just not picking up more wins yesterday. Was just a bit slow to get going, but has been sharp right from the off today.
125.
This is a subject I wanted to bring up yesterday. There aren't many players who you can look in the eye or talk about
66.
and say that you know exactly where they rank on their country's all-time list. It is irrefutable that Robert is the number
100.
4 in Scottish history. Because the top 3 has to be Anderson, Wright and Wilson. And the next is Robert.
60.
Yeah, I agree. Just kind of going through the list of players in the back of my mind. But yeah, absolutely.
100.
We've had some great players behind the top 3, likes of Hendo and Montgomery, Bob Taylor.
90.
And another Sharp that I met not so long ago in Ronnie Sharp.
Oh, what a player.
What a moustache.
Yeah, that's
85.
number 1.
Robert,
Number 1
you require
moustache.
145.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Followed maybe by Damon Heta.
Not even up for comparison. Tops. Oh,
Game
it's
shot in the
classic
fourth
Thornton
leg,
again.
Robert Thornton.
He's on it now, and he believes.
Yeah, and again, we were talking about
Fifth
it.
leg is David.
Robert Thornton, you feel he needs to
Game on.
win, but win by big score lines as well. Got the 4-0 jump over Jason Brandon the previous match. He could win this
81.
4 legs to 1.
When he's playing like this, he is a joy to watch.
140.
And in these times, you do not want to be his opponent, because every time he hits a double top like that, it feels like he's hitting you with a caber.
60.
It's just constant pressure, isn't it? Even when you're throwing big scores, they're just coming straight back at you. But then when you combine it with those big finishes, and we've seen a few from Robert Thornton in the last match, contained a
60.
1-2-1 and a 105 finish.
100.
If Robert wins this leg, I do believe
120.
between positions 2 and 4 there will be 1 leg between them, which seemed inconceivable at the start of play.
140.
Fair play to David. He has had to withstand an onslaught.
100.
Yeah, and a
David,
big
you require
last start from Robert
120.
Thornton. Once again, Sharp just finding him hard to shake off and slides across the jockey to find the angle, gets the treble 20, tops required.
100.
Just
Robert,
south
you
of the
require
target.
81.
Just north of the border. Looking for a W on the bull.
48.
He hasn't been very good on the bull
David, you require 20.
on the whole over the last couple of days. He's missed a lot of shots outside the 25. That's missed too far south
No
as well.
score. Robert, you require 33.
Double 16.
17.
You don't need me to tell you anything. He's just
David,
said the
you
right
require
word there,
20.
and the word is no. He didn't like that whatsoever.
Game shot.
And
in the
that
fifth
is
leg.
the reason
David
why,
Sharp.
because now Sharp moves within 1 leg. And as
Sixth leg is
good
Robert
as
to throw
Thornton has been
first.
throughout this
Game up.
match, throughout the whole of today, it's the second time that he's led 3 legs to 1 and had the opportunity to see off the match quickly.
81.
First development tour title goes the way of Charlie Manby.
125.
And he vaults his way up to number 4 in the standings. But Bo Greaves is still at the top, going into the second event of Friday. I really hope, for Robert's sake,
47.
that those missed darts to win the match don't derail his confidence, because he was playing so well in the middle of this match.
135.
And that is always the risk. When you're playing well, when you're free flowing, you don't think about anything else. But when something starts to go slightly wrong,
100.
kind of memories of earlier matches from yesterday, and just kind of drains the confidence.
Yeah, thinking is very overrated in darts.
91.
He's not going to get to a finish.
100. David, you require 150.
Somewhat ironic round of applause he gives himself. This is a really critical game.
56.
Everybody is watching this thinking, we haven't got a clue what's about to happen next.
99. David, you
Near
require
perfect
94.
setup play, but it's Sharp back to make it 3 apiece. 94.
He's just said, there's the 4. He doesn't get a treble, which means that Thornton will have a second
43.
opportunity to win this
Robert,
game.
you require 74. 9 scored.
It's the bull again. And
Game
this
shot
time
and
he
the match,
finds it.
Robert Thornton.
Right on cue. He could have won it by 4 legs to 1 to erase some of that gap in the leg difference, but now he's on 8 points with Sharp and Brandon. What a resurrection here from Thornton on Friday. He's not finished. Neither is Jason Brandon, but Gabriel might be.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. 25 £5,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth, and it really is a party now. Behind Carl Wilkinson, admittedly, because he's still got his 4-point cushion at the top. But Jasper Scarat on 6 points and 3 players on 8 points. This is fun. Gabriel looks like he's left himself with too much to do. But the thing is, this is the game in hand for Jason
First leg is
Brandon.
Jason to throw first.
He's
Game
had a
on.
mystifying day. Won his first game 4-0, lost his next game 4-0. Back to the drawing board.
Very much so.
96.
That's for Gabriel, the only player so far not to have picked up any points today. And I do agree, I think with the movement that we've seen on the table from the
100.
other players, that I just feel it's going to be a step too far this time round for Carl Gabriel. But he can still act as a bit of a spoiler, because the story at the moment is Robert Thornton.
140.
Robert Thornton was languishing at the bottom of the table on 2 points overnight. He's won all 3 of his games. He's put himself right in contention.
92.
But it's leg difference that's making all the difference for him.
He has a gigantic problem, though. We were just talking about it off the air, Laura. He has to wait a little bit of
46.
time to play again. He'll play game 12 and game 14, but he's playing people that are below him
99.
now. That's not good. Let's say you're in Premier League football and you're playing people who are in the other half and you're in the top half. That's perceived as a good thing. In this
59.
format, that's not good. You want to be beating people above you so you can rob their leg difference whilst embellishing your own.
96.
Robert can't do that
Jason,
now.
you require
He needs
160.
favours from people like Gabriel. Jason could do himself a big favour by winning this match.
60. Carl, you require 114. $58. Jason, you require 100.
Yeah, but Paul and I just shot each other a rather confused look at the choice of shot there.
Yeah, he's done that a few times this week.
60. Carl, you require
He's definitely got his own way of going for things.
$36.
And that doesn't work.
Jason, you require
which is
40.
brilliant news for Brandon. Needs that really good finishing to show up.
Game
And
shot
it
in the
has.
first leg, Jason
Perfectly
Brandon.
timed.
The one thing you cannot dispute
Second
so
leg is
far
Carter
these
throwing
last couple of
first,
days
game
for
up.
Jason Brandon, the finishing has been on point. We mentioned that he'd lost 4-0 in his previous
100.
match to Robert Thornton, but he only had one go at a double. It was the scoring that let him down in that particular match.
85.
Now, if you are celebrating your birthday today, many happy returns. If you're celebrating something else, congratulations.
60.
But for the people that aren't, they might think the 5th of September is just another day. I'm going to prove that it isn't. Because 7 years ago today,
134.
Nathan Aspinall won his first PDC title when he had £19 and 98 pence in the bank.
100.
He would beat Ryan Searle in Players' Championship number 18 in 2018. As a consequence of that victory,
174.
his entire life changed. So don't tell anyone that the 5th of September can't change someone's life.
100.
Because it did for
Jason,
Nathan.
you require
It
108.
could for one of these dart players as well.
$26. Card you require
Not what the doctor
141.
ordered. He was going for that 51.30 again.
$93. Jason, you require
This week,
82.
I think he's only hit double 15 a couple of times from about 10 attempts.
But that is a perfect bullseye, and
Game
that
shot
is
the
straight
second
in the
leg,
double
Jason
16.
Brandon.
Jason Brandon, give him a chance at a double, and he tends to take it.
Third leg is
JB
Jason
does
to
not
throw
just
first.
stand
Game on.
for Jason Brandon, it stands for just brilliant. Just like this. And it just goes to show he does have a
180.
perfect first start. Bottom left of the treble, and then he can just squeeze them over the top the way he's just
90.
shown you.
For Jason Brandon, as we say, it's definitely been an
46.
afternoon of two halves, but he seems to have found the right formula once again here.
53.
Might even say by the end of the day, he's had a week of 5 quarters. It's a play on fractions.
105.
You see it in hockey. Oh, you've had a game of 3 halves.
140. Jason, you require 170.
Haven't had one this week so far. Did get a 167 from Brian Roman last night. I bet he likes a bit of noodle
96.
salad.
I'm sure he does. I do think he's missed a trick, Brian Roman. He obviously known
134.
as the Riddler,
Jason,
but
you require 74.
I still think the noodle.
I love it. Embrace the noodle. Embracing tops. Oh,
Game
it's
shot
great
in the
finishing
third leg,
again
Jason
from Brandon. Looking to put Gabriel out. Just like the
Fourth leg is
Tide.
Carl to throw first. Game on.
Is this going to be another 4-0?
I was just thinking the same thing. Again, you mentioned the Tide. This
100.
could be a Tide turner in terms of the table, because this would put him a couple of points clear once again, with everyone having just 2 games. And I think
60.
a win here for Brandon, what it will do for the rest of the table is it will put the fate of both Brandon and Wilkinson in
81.
their own hands. That's
Correct.
all you can ever ask for as a player.
Absolutely. And that gap between Thornton's win just now and when he plays again is not good.
180.
Especially when Brandon's doing that. Because Brandon has Wilkinson before Thornton plays again.
58.
And there's no such thing as a good result there, is there? Maybe a Wilkinson win.
I was going to say a Wilkinson win. I think That would be the way the chasing pack would
95.
want it. But yeah, like you say, if they're a couple of points clear, perhaps not quite. It's not quite the fixture I think the rest of the pack would have liked to have
57.
happened. And this is not quite the leave that Brandon would have wanted.
Well, he doesn't mind anymore. He's thinking about taking it in 2 visits.
125.
And it's a proper performance as well. It's an average of
45.
95.
Jason, you require 41.
Doubles 60%. There's only one thing missing. It's that glorious letter. W. It's
Game start,
4-0
and
again.
Jason Brandon.
All he does today is donuts. Incredible stuff. Wins 4-0, loses 4-0, wins 4-0 again, gets back what he lost against Thornton, and he's very much in the driving seat of a qualifying spot now after that display before we start round 4, which could see people through or out.
To wrap it up with a big fish.
Richie Bennett's wrapped it around his head.
He wants Richie Bennett to take out this 142. And Bennett's going to take out the 142. Bullseye. To reel it in. That's another beauty from Keegan Brown.
Tops. That's more like it. He didn't go west, he went north.
Double 19. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Andreas Harrison nods his head in approval. He expects this to go. It does go. It's simply stunning from the Granite Scots.
That is quite the week, isn't it? Started with Jim McEwen, the Series 5 champion, the 5-time weekly champion Steve West, and Jamie Kelling. He has celebrated his birthday this week and has won a weekly title, as well as Jimmy Van Schie. He's got 4, so need we say any more than that? And Richie Burnett and Keegan Brown. Oh, you get the gist. There's a great deal of possibilities in week 2, so make sure you're tuning into Pluto TV for that all of next week. This is what we've had over the last round of play. Jason Brandon with his customary 4-0 scoreline, and Robert Thornton with a customary plucky display to keep himself in the reckoning. But that Brandon win, it really has scuppered the chances potentially of the chasing pack. You see that Sharp and Thornton are on 8 points. Scarat, who plays next, is on 6. If he doesn't win his next couple of matches, he doesn't have a hope. So let's get into this game. It is Sharp against Scarat. It is the time when we get to round 4 on Friday to put people onto the curb or into the hat. And if Scarat loses this one, he is very much out on his ear with a game to spare.
But you look at the rest of the field and what they've been doing today, and you could make a very similar argument here for Sharp. Needs to stay in touching distance of those two at the top in Carl Wilkinson, Jason Brandon. So now I think for a lot of the players that aren't sat in qualification positions, it's getting to feel like must-win territory. Arguably for Robert Thornton, it's been like that all day, and he's managed to get 3 wins from 3.
Yeah, nothing's changed for Robert. But he isn't back to the Oki until game 12. He can't do anything about the next 2 matches. But if there is to be an ideal scenario for him, it would be a Scarat win, then a Wilkinson win, and he would target 2nd place.
$180. I've seen some 180s this week, but they were right in the corner all together.
100.
If there's one thing he's learned about himself this week, is that maybe he's better than he thought. He's definitely better than his numbers suggest online.
I was going to say the same, because obviously we have some access
45.
to stats and figures, and he has most definitely played better than what you've seen.
His form is definitely not black and white.
180.
This game is more about red pen visits. Well, there's a bit of an old reference. Do they even have red pen visits anymore?
I know what you mean. Funny enough, we used to include a green pen if there was a 180.
You had one of those fancy pens with 4 colours, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
154.
I know someone who still uses that. Mr. Dawson.
90.
As does actually Mr. Pike, because I know he does because he pinched mine.
The audacity. You should buy him one. Slam it in front of him and say, can I have mine back now?
I did that too. I bought him one.
Sharp wants to buy a double.
Game shot in the
Doesn't
first
need a
leg.
vowel,
David Sharp.
needs a double and gets one. Ideally placed. Now he's got the darts in this contest. He
Second
really
leg is
needs to
Jasper's
make.
the very first. Game on.
Here while the sun shines.
And what Sharp will be after is exactly what we saw from
100.
Jason Brandon the game before, winning, but winning with big score lines.
Do you know what David's nickname should be instead of Razor? It should be Pat.
125.
Well, this is a bit of a fun house.
Of course it is. That's what we should do when the ADC Global Championship's over.
40.
At the end of the year. Turn it into the fun house for a couple of days. We could make it the most retro place in Portsmouth. We could have Laser Quest.
100.
And a foam party.
I could definitely see a foam party here.
40.
Oh, that's happening too often now to 2 players. Thornton and Scarat. Did you ever go to a foam
81.
party?
Yeah, quite a few.
I never did. I didn't want the foam to ruin my clothes. Don't know what that says about me.
$80.
In fact, it wasn't that many years ago that I went to one on the beach in Turkey. It was quite fun.
On the beach?
55.
Yeah.
Okay, I might be able to get behind that one. That is not what he wanted.
40.
And this one is getting
David,
away
you
from
require
Jasper.
140.
The walls are closing in. And the man with the key is from Scotland.
100.
I'll tell you what, that's a bit of a risky 20.
Yeah, it was probably closer than what he expected.
I wouldn't mind seeing that in slow motion to see how much it cleared the other 2 darts. It wouldn't have been by much.
60.
I wouldn't mind
David,
seeing the
you
faces of the
require
players
40.
when they know, oh, that release just felt a bit dodgy.
Yeah, that one was
Sharp,
okay.
Second leg, David Sharp.
Well, here's the problem for the people behind Sharp right now, including Jasper. If he gets a big victory
Third leg
here
is David to throw
and a nice
first.
jolt in his leg difference
Game up.
column, that forces other people to get big victories as well.
Yeah, and I guess it puts even more
44.
emphasis on the next game we've got coming up, which is where Carl Wilkinson takes on Jason Brandon.
Yeah, that was a good game yesterday as well.
180.
You liked it so much, Laura, he's given you another one.
There's a whole bed there to use, and yeah, it's just pinpoint accuracy. It's almost
60.
It's almost as if he's found that rhythm, that range, and he can just repeat the throw time and time again.
He was in the army for 37 years. He's used to sleeping in a single bed. Just likes the edge. Yeah, the right-hand side, just like that.
80.
Every now and again, you get kicked out of bed, though.
That is the risk when you do have a throw where you can hit the same point, hit the same target. You need to be able to just make those micro adjustments.
$41.
If it is to be the end for Jasper, he really has been quite the competitor this week. A lovely chap to be around as well. Nothing
26.
but positivity. He's conducted himself impeccably.
Yeah, and will be a player that we will see forever on the highlights reels with that 9 darter midweek.
And he will forever be the first person to hit a 9 darter on debut. That can never be taken away from him.
39.
Yeah, Robbie. Is he the only person left-handed to hit a 9 as well?
127.
And a big visit there from Sharp just puts him back in the match because Scarat hasn't been able to find any big trebles the last couple of throws.
45.
Yeah, and in a leg where he kicked off with a maximum, Scarat now right up against it. If Sharp can find one of the big trebles.
94. Jasper, you require 131.
That was a good visit from Sharp. That is not the first start that Scarat needed. Ideally, you don't want to leave 1-3-1.
81.
You want to be
David,
either
you
side of
require
it.
78.
So much more gettable from those numbers. Oh,
No
not this
score.
time. He had nothing in the way of the single.
Jasper, you require 50.
That does not make you feel good. And neither would this. Oh, no. It's a good old-fashioned accidental double-double.
Yes, 14 left. 36.
It doesn't happen, and Sharp
David, you require
gets a reprieve.
78.
If he doesn't get the treble 18 here, this is going to be the highest 20 you've ever seen.
Well, he does get the treble 18, so it's 2 at double 12.
66.
Such a big chance. 78 with 6 darts,
Jasper,
not
you
taken.
require 14. Game
There's
shot
the double
third
7.
leg, Jasper Scarat.
That could be a massive leg. We may look back on that leg at the end of the day thinking that was the
Fourth
turning
leg is
point.
Jasper to throw first. Game up.
We questioned earlier on in the match, Sharp threw a ton to leave tops, but it was mightily close to the treble.
100.
You just need to make sure. Quite often you'll see players and they will absolutely sky it and hit the tops as opposed to hitting that treble 20.
30.
It was something that really kind of almost damaged psychologically Dirk van Dijvenbode when he did it all those years ago, because he had 180 left, didn't he?
81.
Hit 180, bust the score.
I think it's more embarrassment than anything else.
125.
There's only one way to put it right. There's plenty of this game left. Lose and you remember. Win and you forget.
121.
We, as a dart playing public, we tend to relay the tales of what we lose instead of what we win.
140.
I don't know, but I think Scarat leaves himself on some very strange numbers too often. Like 131, 199. These are numbers that can be avoided.
40.
Ouch.
That's casing point there, because that does not leave a finish.
60.
I've pressed pause on this all week, but there's a definitive weakness in his game, and that is it. If he returns here, I would like him to improve on that, because he's obviously
99.
got an abundance of
David,
talent,
you require 146.
but he's costing himself legs and matches with his board management.
And I wonder if that's why today we've seen that slight pause as well.
56.
We've said it could be for
Jasper,
pivotal
you
moments, and it
require
is, but it's
60.
normally when it comes to the calculation as well towards the tail end of a leg.
He's still got tops.
Game shot in the fourth leg, Jasper Scarat.
Maybe one of the reasons why that has not changed is because he keeps getting away with it. At this level,
Fifth leg is David
it's
to
not
throw first.
as bruising.
up.
But if he were to jump up a little bit in quality against some players like West, for instance,
131.
like Jimmy Van Schie, they would have him for breakfast. He leaves a bogey number, they will pounce. You're going to see both of those guys next week.
Yeah, bumper week next week, and still plenty of action to
60.
come. Obviously, Group C will conclude in the next hour or so, but we've also got Group B action kicking
100.
off 10 o'clock tonight. And then I can't wait to see. I still don't know quite who's going through this group, let alone who's going through tonight.
I've got a mental picture right now of
60.
Stein de Klerk sitting with his feet up, saying, "You guys do what you want. I'm already there."
140.
Even with a win, Sharp wouldn't be there. He'd just be in the fray. And there's only 5 games to go after this. And that's what you don't want.
81.
You don't want to
David, you
not be
require
through with a
130.
game to spare. But to still be in it, that's not bad.
90.
Tidies it up in the end.
This needs to be tidy.
76.
Doesn't want to mess around.
David, you require 40.
Just don't let him into the leg. That was a bit quick.
20.
It's easy to say that he's got another visit at least to get rid of it, but your confidence does take a hit when you miss 3 darts at 40.
And we mentioned obviously the stance and the style that he's got as well, that if he
60.
was to tighten up, if this was a
David, you
tense
require
moment because
20.
the finish line is impending, you need to find a way of just being relaxed enough, and
Game
that's a
shot on the
great
fifth lane,
second dart
David
for
Sharp.
Sharp.
Yeah, it really is, considering what was just on the outside. I'm not sure if it was a guide or not.
6th lane against Jasper to throw first. Game on.
If you think this is interesting, if Sharp does win, his last game is against Jason Brandon.
100.
However, Brandon's got that game with Wilkinson next.
As we say, it really isn't sewn up in any way, shape or form in terms of Group C.
91.
I did iterate that Brandon was in the driving seat. It still feels like he is. And I'm going to say this as well. It feels like an eternity since you've seen Carl play.
Yeah, all the way back in Game 7. You mentioned it in Game 7. He had that long
55.
wait.
I wonder how that's going to affect him. Because he played pretty well in that game. I think if you'd said to him at the time, you're going to play in 2 games
60.
time, he would have said, yes, please. But he's had a long wait. And he will be playing against the person who's in second spot.
93.
This is good.
100.
It's good enough to leave the finish. Sharp has got to be a little bit better than Scarat in the board management department here.
Needs a treble.
56. Jasper, you require 120.
And a chance to level up here at 3 apiece. Single 20. Well, he's found the tops. He has made sure not to fall into that treble
100.
20 trap.
He's got double 10 left to take us the distance for only the second time today.
140.
There's
Jasper,
the warning
you
shot.
require 20.
Miss, and Sharp is in.
Game
Bang,
shot
and the
sixth
leg is
lane,
gone.
Jasper Scarat.
Absolutely no messing around there for Jasper Scarat. And they were in this position yesterday. It was a match that went the
Seventh and final
distance,
leg
and it
is
was
David to
Sharp
throw
that got
first.
over the
Game
line.
on.
It's do or die for Scarat.
96.
He's a pretty smart cookie. He's going to know that he has to win this leg.
100.
This has actually gone pretty well for Robert Thornton. I think he wanted this game to be as tight as
85.
possible. He didn't want Sharp or Scarat to run away with this.
It was looking ominous, wasn't it? At 2-0 towards in favour of Sharp at one point. But
100.
one thing we've learnt about Jasper Scarat is he will fight away to try and get a result.
It's amazing how parts of the UK have just got that tag, that quality of scrapping and scraping and working hard. Yorkshire, Teesside,
78.
Scotland, very working class parts of the UK. They've had tough times, but they come through it.
Absolutely grit, determination.
41.
Words that I quite often associate with Nathan Aspinall, who you mentioned earlier today.
That is a magnificent 140. If Scarat wins this leg, there will be one leg between these two in the table.
39. Jasper, you require 83.
And Scarat would be on exactly the same as Robert Thornton. And I mean exactly. Points and leg difference.
$36.
There was just no need to go for it.
No, could have just laid up, knowing that he had 6. Has to spare on a dart hit.
Jasper, you require 47.
The only bright side is he does have a choice. He's looking at the bottom of the board, so it should be a 15. It isn't. It is one of those moments where you feel like you have to hit this. He's missed another single. And the door's ajar for Sharp.
20.
This might
David,
be
you
a
require
massive
120.
turning point. He's actually missed 3 singles. He hasn't missed a single this time. Double top. This is a difficult shot.
100.
And the moment it hits the flight is the moment it doesn't go in.
Jasper, you require 27.
There's no guarantee of how many darts Scarat will get here.
No, this is the case. You need to make sure of the single number.
He may never have felt like this before in this sport. Double 4.
19.
The curtains may be closing on Scarat's week.
David, you require 20.
The man with his hand on the cord is David.
$10.
Shades of game 2 today,
Jasper, you require
where
8.
it was Yorkshire versus Scotland. Missed match darts from both. Double 2, and he's anything but comfortable right now.
4.
Yeah, unbelievable. Chances come and gone. A real head scratcher
David,
for
you
Scarat.
require
More
10.
chances for Sharp.
No score.
It's happening again. And it is crucial.
Yeah, it's a massive match
Jasper,
in
you
terms of the
require
table,
4.
in terms of the campaigns of these players. Scarat once again just taking his time.
Can he hit double 1?
No score.
He cannot. We can relay how
David,
many
you
darts he's
require
missed for the
10.
match. It really doesn't matter anymore. It's all about who gets these 2 points.
Game
The
shot
2
and
points are
match,
going the
David
way of
Sharp.
Scotland. And that means that Scarat's journey, it ends. It ends valiantly. It was always going to be difficult for him to climb the ladder today. But those 2 points could be massive for David Sharp. When we come back after the break, it's the battle of the top 2, so don't miss that one.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie, you
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
A very warm welcome back to Pluto TV's continuous coverage of the Modus Super Series. We're in Group C. It's day 2, and this is definitely the thick end of the stick. This is a battle of the top 2. Wilkinson has been top of this table for a lot of this group, and it's been a lot of time since we saw him last. He's had a very lengthy break after beating Jasper Scarat by 4 legs to 1 in Game 7.
First
Then
leg is
3
Carl
games
to
have
throw
come and
first.
gone,
Game up.
and now we know this. Wilkinson wins this game, he's in Saturday. It's as simple as that.
100.
Any win gets him through with a game to spare. As for Jason Brandon, he's put himself into second position with some very topsy-turvy darts today.
55.
But he has won 2 of his 3 matches. And if he wins, that's a headache for both Robert
100.
Thornton and David Sharp.
Carl Wilkinson did get the better of Jason Brandon yesterday.
99.
But as you say, you just have to wonder, having that big break, if that will affect Wilkinson.
45.
I've always been one of those players that I don't mind having the break. I quite like having the break game after game after game that we play at, say, the women's series. Sometimes that can be quite taxing.
100.
Like you said earlier, you just got to use your time creatively and functionally. Sometimes winning this game is not just about what you
74.
do on the stage, but what you do off it.
$60.
I think Wilkinson would just like to get this done. If he weren't to qualify through this
60.
game, he would have to wait another 3 games to play Carl Gabriel in match 15. It might all be said and done by then, but whilst you've got control
99.
and you are the
Carl
master of
require
your own destiny,
122.
get it sorted.
Well, it is a position both these players find themselves in, because
82.
they know
Jason, you require 88.
if they win, then they're that one step closer. And as you say, for Wilkinson, it would definitely be a place in the final.
Gets the treble. Double 7.
74.
He's had some good finishing
Carl, you
stats today,
require
has JB.
40.
Wilkinson at times has.
No score.
How does he find that gap?
Jason, you require
I think he's just made that
14.
top spread a little bit smaller again.
Opting for the switch. One left in hand for a break.
12.
Early chances gone begging
Carl,
for
you
Jason
require
Brandon.
40.
It's a different double.
Game shot.
And
the
a
first
winning
leg.
double.
Go Wilkinson.
Sigh of relief there for Wilkinson. That could have been a leg. Oh, there we go. It's our customary Jason Brandon game where
Second
nobody
leg,
knows
it's
whose
Jason
water's
to throw
whose.
first. Game on.
I definitely think your suggestion of some kind of name place tag is required.
93.
There's so many things you can buy these days. You can even get dart shirts for glasses.
140.
That would take it to the next level. I'm sure Shane McGurk's already got one. He's got a branded everything else. So the next time he's here, I expect there to be a dart shirt for his
58.
drinking glass.
Well, it remains to be seen.
And you know what it would say, the shirt, if it could talk?
100.
Hello.
We've been saving that.
For a long time. I feel weightless now.
Just feels like you just tried to shoehorn that in just
93.
to get it off your chest.
Yeah, I think it'd be a no-nonsense thing
60.
for Wilkie. It'd be more like a sign that says, "This is mine, get off." That's the Yorkshire approach, isn't it? No nonsense. County full of straight-talking people.
100.
Yeah, very matter of fact.
You can't beat a really good debate with someone from Yorkshire about something they're passionate about.
139. Jason, you require 157.
Well, this would be some finish. Off to the perfect start. And it's tops for a 157.
117. Carl, you require 62.
He may have needed that. Double 16.
30.
Completely
Jason, you
dragged
require 40.
as he gestures to the board that he wants to dive into it. Appear to see that.
Game shot in the second leg. Jason
Everybody
Brandon.
would pay for a shot at double 10 like that. That was a beaut.
Missed
leg
opportunity
is
for
Carl
Carl
to throw
Wilkinson.
first. Game
No
up.
real damage done. But Jason Brandon, the first game that he's played today that hasn't gone to nil. 2 4-0 wins and a
55.
4-0 loss.
He's had his donut fix.
$100.
Maybe he's got a Spanish cousin. Juan nil.
100.
It's just getting worse, I'll be honest.
I spent way too much time with Chris Murphy over the years.
140.
This is business now, isn't it? They might have said, whose water's whose? There's been nothing
136.
exchanged since then.
It's that middle section of the game where you're focusing on just trying to have a chance to get to that finish line. What we've noticed throughout today, what I've picked up on is
85.
when the finish line is right there, that's been the tricky bit to get past for players.
I wouldn't be surprised if today
140.
is the day where we break the record of missed match darts.
Yeah, two encounters that spring to mind.
100.
One being the last
Carl,
match
you
between
require
Sharp and
70.
Scarat, and then second match between Thornton and that man there, Carl Wilkinson.
Double 4.
66.
He leaves himself a
Jason,
little
you
exposed
require
here.
76.
It's double top again for Brandon. And this time he gets it right at the bottom.
Brandon.
Is he timing this to perfection? Like a NASCAR
Jason to throw first.
that has been hovering in the pack for about 100 laps. And then all of a sudden, he's got enough fuel left to take the checkered flag first.
57.
The one thing that really helps these guys, it is their leg difference. Especially Wilkinson, who started this game on +9.
100.
Just to put that into some sort of perspective. Robert Thornton, who's got 2 games left, is on -1. That could be his biggest Achilles heel.
85.
And you can see the in-play table that if Jason Brandon does win, puts him up on 12 points with David Sharp on 10 points. But there's the legs difference you've been talking about. And even if Wilkinson does lose, it feels like it's an unassailable leg difference.
140.
There you see Thornton at -1. Even if he does win all of the games today, he still might not qualify.
121.
He needs help. And he needs it from Wilkinson.
$43.
And is that the opening that Wilkinson has been looking for?
135.
He's only 1 from 8 on his doubles in this game. That's got to improve.
100. Can't you require 49?
But if you've never been in this position before, getting doubles is hard.
41.
Proof's in the pudding.
Jason,
And Brandon might even
76.
extend his lead now. He's already taken 76 in this contest.
Tops for another 76
Game shot
checkout, and
flag,
it is
Jason
a second one
Brandon.
for Jason Brandon. He goes within 1 of the match. Carl Wilkinson now in a real spot of bother.
5th egg is
That's a
Carl
wry
to
grin,
throw
isn't it?
first. Game on.
There's barely anything between them in the average.
100.
It is all about that leg count. And those 2 crucial 76 checkouts have given Brandon this lead.
100.
Jason Brandon narrowly missed the 157, as you say, backed it up with 2 76 checkouts, but 1 from 10 from Carl Wilkinson. If there's any stat that really is telling in this
85.
match, it's that, because Wilkinson has had chances. This could be a result that's completely flipped if he'd managed to find the doubles.
Doesn't feel like there's any sign of tiredness as
96.
well from Brandon. This is his 7th competitive day from 9.
140.
What's he going to do from 305? Tried the 18s.
41.
And this is what happens when the adrenaline really starts to pump.
136.
It can help. They have something in the human body called fight or flight. He's fighting with a flight.
94.
He's definitely
Can't you
mounting a
require
challenge.
40?
He's speeding up as well. He was in 2 minds
30.
there. He was thinking, should I bust
Jason, you
or should I
require
go for this?
170.
He's showing full respect though
58.
by taking
Can't
the
you
option to
require
go
10?
for it, but now 55. We have seen this cause numerous problems
shot
today.
with there. Go
Wilkinson
Wilkinson.
not ready to fall on his sword yet. Keeps on battling on.
6th egg is Jason to throw first. Game on. 100.
Not to go off topic too much, but we know that those tournaments in America and Canada have got weird names. I wonder if they've got weird trophies too. If that Choo Choo
99.
Classic isn't a train, then it should be. Shoot for the moon should be a rocket.
What's the weirdest shaped trophy you've ever received?
57.
A sword.
Mm.
Yeah, the Bedlington League with Chris Dobie's dad, Gordon. We won the sword,
98.
which is the team event. I have a picture of it somewhere where we're actually holding the sword very delicately. It's worth a lot of money. That's the best trophy I've ever won, as in construct.
26. $100.
Do you reckon we might be added quite a lot of random trophies people have won over the years?
Absolutely sure of that.
100.
Some people would say there's nothing like a bad trophy.
94.
Well, there is. I once won a trophy for man of the match for Northumberland against Surrey. It was like an egg cup. It was embarrassing.
98.
Well, it's do or die, isn't it? Who wins this one? It may just be Brandon.
98.
He
Jason,
could be
you
edging
require
closer to
120.
Wilkinson at the top, and this could potentially be a nightmare result for Sharp and Thornton. He hasn't got the treble, so Wilkinson can take us the
60.
distance with double six.
Carl, you require 12.
Big dark Carl Wilkinson knows it, but
Game shot the
no
sixth there. Go
problem
Wilkinson.
polishing off. Double six. 3 apiece. And a friendly fist bump between the two, but Jason Brandon there
Seventh
at
and
the
final leg
table
is
having a bit of
Carter,
water,
throw
just
first.
completely in the
Game
zone.
on.
By getting 3 legs in this contest, Wilkinson has put himself very close to qualifying
100.
because his leg difference is so much better than Sharp and Thornton. It is unquestionable
100.
that the Scottish pair really need Wilkinson to win this leg. They need Brandon in their range.
41.
They do not need him on 12 points with Wilkinson. That would be almost curtains.
140.
But what Jason Brandon has done over the week is when he's had his back up against the wall,
60.
he's managed to produce some big scores and already kicked off with the ton backed up with a 140 in this deciding leg.
85.
This game is almost having twice as many legs as he's been used to today.
97.
But it's not a surprise, is it? Your top two in the table going toe to toe.
Oh, that's brilliant. That makes everything easier.
Yeah.
He asked, he got the answer he wanted,
136.
and now he has the chance he craved. At the start of the day,
57.
we asked David Sharp how would it
Jason, you
feel
require 40.
to have both Scottish players in Saturday night. It's not going to happen. We might not get one Scottish player through because Jason Brandon
Game shot and the match,
has
Jason
beaten the
Brandon.
table topper, and he now joins him on 12 points. They're both in fabulous positions ahead of our last 4 matches. And after that long break for Robert Thornton, he's had to sit and watch things like that. And now he needs to go bananas, and he still might not have a hope. Welcome back. We've got 4 more games ahead of us over the next hour or so here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And after a sizable wait, Robert Thornton's done everything he could possibly do today, winning 3 from 3, but still needs a bit of a miracle. Carl Gabriel has been eliminated. He knows he's got 2 games left against Thornton and Wilkinson, and that will be his parting shot from week number 1. But as for Thornton, he sits on 8 points, 4 points adrift of Brandon, whose final game comes next against David Sharp. He needs to make inroads, and he needs to make them now. If he doesn't, he will be going back to Scotland in the morning.
Yeah, and he'll be hoping this isn't a repeat from yesterday, because it was Gabriel that won 4 legs to 1. I just think there's been a few key moments for Robert Thornton. Maybe that Wilkinson match yesterday where he had the opportunity to win 4-1 and lost 4-3. Just a few key moments that have really just changed the outcome and changed the requirements that Robert Thornton needed to do to get through. As you say, not mathematically out, but now even more difficult than perhaps it was when he started off this afternoon.
Yeah, it's easy to point fingers, isn't it? As a player, and sometimes in what we do.
105.
But there's no use crying over spilt orangeade.
$94.
I was going to say milk, but Robert would say that's too healthy.
100. $84. Robert, you require 170.
Okay, why not? That's why.
83. Can't you require 140?
Cries of, oh, Robert.
Be a good way to start a chant.
100. Robert, you require 87.
In order to get a chant, you've got to be here on Saturday, though. 5-5 would help. That's more like it. He's still grafting. I hate to say it, but he really needs a 4-0.
Second leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's the perfect start for Robert Thornton. And what I'm seeing from Robert Thornton more here, yeah, he is that player. He's always been quite vocal. He's quick to tell himself off, but we're getting a few more celebrations. There's definitely the fire in the belly today.
140.
Yeah, that fire is a flickering. And for people a lot younger than him,
100.
the fire has gone out. Maybe the most mystifying thing about his entire career is his poor World Championship record. He was good
58.
everywhere apart from the World Championship and the World Match Play. His World Match Play record is something he would like to erase from everybody's memories.
So I'm sure he appreciates you bringing it up.
I'll get it later.
140.
Dartboard may be getting it now.
Yeah, great adjustment.
78.
Just an over adjustment with the last.
Require 107.
There was an argument for the bullseye with the last start, but he doesn't play that way.
99.
Gabriel's done his
Robert,
job.
You require 98.
Can Thornton do his? Oh, that's interesting.
24 left, yeah.
He may never have done that in his career.
86.
There's a lot of noises happening on the stage.
No score. Robert, you require 12.
There is silence in this room because nobody can believe that that's just happened.
6.
It was always going to be awkward. The lie of that first start, 3-3, just couldn't quite
You require 8.
get the right angle through.
Game shot.
That's
in the
more
second
like
leg.
it.
Go, Gabriel.
And Thornton is not going to get a 4-0.
Third leg is
And he
Robert
knows he's missed a big opportunity there. Back to the drawing board.
140.
And straight back in with another 140.
If you were in Robert's shoes, career-wise right now,
100.
what would you do in 2026?
Yeah, it's a good question, because as mentioned before, the options of playing in the
100.
seniors no longer there. But I do think the likes of the vaults, you've got obviously here the Modus Super Series and all the different special weeks that you can
60.
play. But yeah, it goes down to really what Robert wants to do going forward as well, because you've got the options of exhibitions and obviously still a really big popular player on the
91.
circuit. So I think there's plenty that he can do, but it's going to be what it's like anything, you have to still want to be as active as possible.
100.
It's got options.
Robert, you require 170.
Certainly does. And 170 was option 1 again.
60. $45.
He's got
Robert, you
time to
require
take care of 110 to reclaim this lead.
70.
He hasn't been dwelling on that missed single for very long. A matter of about half a second, and he thought, well, I better just leave tops instead. And focus on getting it.
140. Robert, you require 40. Game
Get
shot
it,
the
he
third
does.
leg, Robert
That's been
Thornton.
so much better today.
Yeah, and like you said, you can't dwell on yesterday and
Fourth
the
leg, it's
outcomes,
Carl to
but
throw first. Game on.
there were definitely key moments that passed him by in terms of tops hitting.
100.
Let's say that Robert does win all of his games today, so he's 5 out of 5, and he doesn't qualify still. Is it still a really good day?
100.
Yeah, it's still a good day. It's just possibly just not a good 2 days, basically. Ultimately, as good as a day can be, it
85.
doesn't really matter. It's all about getting through to Friday. So at least if you go through the card and you do all 5, you know that you've just left everything out there.
121.
Third dart, though. A few examples in this game that it's just a bit awry.
180.
Nothing wrong with those ones. Robert could use one as well.
125.
does
You require 136.
deliver well. He loves the 16s on 136.
39.
Yeah, he's another player.
Robert,
He
you
goes his
require
own way.
155.
It's like a Fleetwood Mac track. Oh, he even gave us a whistle for that one.
99. Carl, you require
Somebody put the kettle on.
97.
We have a Robert Thornton soundtrack at the moment.
57.
I'd
Robert,
buy
you
it.
require 56.
Can he buy a double?
Game shot
Silly
the fourth leg,
question.
Robert Thornton.
He's got tops on the end of a string now.
Fifth
This
leg
is what it's like to play Robert
throw
when he's
first.
cooking.
Game on.
He's tough to break.
Yeah, and he's also, it's the pace that he plays at. He's quick to the oche, he's quick to release all 3 darts,
100.
and he's even quick to go and retrieve the darts. So it's almost like you can get really wrapped up in someone's speed when they play like that.
135.
Yeah, Robert and I played each other at the World Championship 12 years ago. He beat me by 4 sets to 3 and 6-5 in the final set.
100.
I don't have a great deal of memories of that game because we were just in a fizz for 2 hours.
140.
It's one of the greatest games I've ever been a part of. He took it 130 when I was sitting on 58 for the match in the final set.
57.
And I just wanted to vomit. And he won the last leg. And the noise in Alexandra Palace is like nothing I've heard in a game that I was involved in.
100.
It was a pleasure to be involved in that, but it still reduced me to tears.
I was going to say it probably stung quite a bit at the time.
100.
But in retrospect,
Carl, you require 126.
I wouldn't change a thing. Now that is something you want to change. Now Robert gets a chance to win this game by 4 legs to 1 to stay in the mix.
He had a beautiful 1-4-5 in that 4-2 victory over David
94.
Sharp.
Robert, you require 144.
It's good. It's great.
132.
My word, that could
Card
be
require 32.
the biggest miss of a double today.
Game shot in the 5th leg. Go,
It's
Gabriel.
the leg difference that really is telling the story in this group. If Thornton had won that
6th
leg
it's
and the
Carter
match,
throw first. Game on.
he'd be on 10 points right now, and his leg difference would be
85.
exactly the same as David Sharp with a round to go, and he'd still be within 4 legs of Jason
41.
Brandon. I think losing that leg might just have cost him the chance of getting through.
100.
And he's still in a position that he needs to get across the line. We've seen fight backs from players. Robert Thornton's been on the
24.
end of a couple of them over the last couple of days, and a sarcastic clap at that visit.
$60. 75.
I feel like we've said it before. I can only guess how many times he's had darts on the floor the last couple of days.
100.
Gabriel in a real strong position to level this up
46.
at 3-all.
Can you require 156? $81.
Gabriel really has caused problems for everybody this week. And if he takes out 75,
58.
it looks
Can
like
you
Thornton,
require 75.
with all of his valiant effort, may not be making Saturday night.
Game shot.
he's
in the
found
5th
the
leg.
75.
Go, Gabriel.
And that may be curtains for Thornton. Oh, he's got me in
7th and
knots
final
with
leg,
doing
it's Robert
75
to
that
throw
way.
first. Game on.
Yeah, he has taken, as you say, some rather unusual routes. I mean, we've spoken about from the
140.
position of a 141. He will go treble 20, treble 17 to leave double 15. So perhaps just playing the odds, likes double 15, likes
100.
tops. But yeah.
Each to their own.
121.
Yeah, it just feels like Robert's left himself with too much to do now. He's still in the peloton, but he's towards the back of it. That Brandon win
140.
against Wilkinson, and the fact that this game is so close. This is the portion of the day that really is bruising for Thornton and his
80.
charge.
$100. Robert, you require
Hardly anything
160.
to separate the two. And this is not the time.
70. Can't you require 161?
No, to say it's not the time to go arrive, but that was a great last dart.
How good was it? It was right in the middle.
65.
He's done the right thing
Robert,
there,
you
Gabriel.
require 90.
Is the bull needed here? It is not.
Game shot.
It's
and
a
the match,
4-3
Robert
win for
Thornton.
Thornton. He may have left himself with too much to do, but to Robert's credit, he's won 4 out of 4 today. He's still got 1 game to go when he plays against Jasper Scarat in game 14, but when we come back, Jason Brandon is on the cusp of getting through to Saturday.
No finish. Yeah, no, wait. Yeah, you can. No, you can't. No, you can't.
I guess
you can't do
Graham
that.
is often in front in this type of match.
Well, Owen Binks
This
just
is
told
new to me. This is,
he
I
just
don't know
told
what
Tom
Jacko's
Sykes that he
doing.
needed 1-2-1, which of course can't be taken out.
No, let's not go there.
Bullseye!
Oh, I've a funny feeling Carl's going to go 60-60-60.
I'd have gone limbs.
Cracking darts. He's making this game look ridiculous. Ooh.
59.
Oh, Butterfingers.
If you like a lot of trebles on your dartboard, tough. Because there aren't any on the Yorkshire Board Challenge. No trebles at all. It's only a little bullseye, singles and doubles. And no wonder we got Usher and Tom Sykes on that one. Because it's from Yorkshire. Yeah, we're cracking challenge that. Didn't even come with gravy. Right, let's move on, shall we? It's coming up after the live darts on Pluto TV. And things have been very interesting over the last couple of hours. David Sharp still in there, only just. Robert Thornton, only just. We'll get into that in a second. Carl Wilkinson at the top of the table, feeling very, very good. And Jason Brandon can rubber stamp his participation in Saturday for the first time in singles or doubles if he gets 3 legs in this next game against David Sharp. So here we go then. Came over from the United States to play pairs last week. That did not go to plan with Alex Spellman. If he gets 3 legs in this one, it will be good enough to get him into singles action on Saturday night in the first week of Series 12.
First leg is Jason to throw first. Game on.
Well, for Jason Brandon, got that all-important 4-3 win in his
58.
previous match against Carl Wilkinson. Moved him up on the same points. He's in the position that every player wants to be in. It's in his hands.
125.
But again, David Sharp still fighting for one of those qualification spots. Let's just say the back end of Group C, it isn't as straightforward as we've had in other weeks.
140.
This has not felt straightforward at any point. But I wonder if Brandon knows about the 3-leg thing.
99.
He's never played at the Grand Slam before. He's never played here before. Permutations like this might be a bit alien to him.
140.
I'll be honest, I do this quite regularly and I still can't always work them out. So.
That's what our producer is for.
96.
They do a lot of the heavy lifting. There's a danger here that
81.
Sharp
Racing,
might
you
think
require
he needs to win
108.
4-0. He just needs to win, yes, by a bit of a distance to keep himself in touch.
76.
That wouldn't have helped
David, you
Sharp's
require
case, but this
110.
could. It just hasn't felt as likely today.
86.
It's been a bit patchy the
Racing,
last
you
couple of
require
days
32.
for David.
But
Game
nothing
shot in the first
patchy about
leg,
that
Jason
from
Brandon.
JB. 8 pinned for the first leg. But going back to what you were saying about Sharp, yeah,
Second
I
leg
do
is
agree.
David
And
to throw
I've
first.
even noticed
Game
that
on.
there's periods of time where he's won legs, but he's still shaking his head. So he just, despite what he said to you this morning in the interview, where even if he's
100.
behind, he still feels that confidence about coming back. I think actually he's probably just a little bit more perturbed by the inconsistent levels that we've seen from him.
100.
Brandon winning this game would take him top of the table.
100.
He may even stay there.
100.
But Carl Gabriel has not won a game today And he's got Wilkinson last.
140.
And he was desperately unlucky in the previous match, losing 4-3 to Robert Thornton. The best average we've seen from him today, Carl Gabriel. Just over a 90, but just not enough to beat the Thorn in the end.
Yeah, that was a really entertaining game
161.
for more than one reason.
$45.
I have the feeling that Sharp is playing like he's in a ghost house right now. He's looking around and he just said, I don't know. Doesn't know what's going on.
He did play in a church.
David, you require 160.
This place may be haunted by the ghost of Luke Littler. He may have left some of his spirit behind.
$62.
I've seen too many of those
Jason, you
today.
require 113.
That is for sure. Chevrolet 18 to leave tops. Tops it is. Ah, the old sympathetic head tilt.
Brandon.
He's got no sympathy for anybody because no stopping Jason Brandon
Third leg
right
is
now.
Jason to throw first.
Especially in the finishing department. He really is starting to sing with the doubles. One more leg and he's going to be safe.
All over the course of the week, and
140.
both us yesterday just talking about the what darts is like in North America at the moment. And Jason Brandon, one of those players that people talk a
91.
lot about coming out of North America, but there's a lot of talent coming through, isn't there?
First player from the United States to win a week here. Danny Lauby.
96.
Week 1 of a previous series. If you believe in fate,
81.
and maybe another American is going to win week 1.
Yeah, Alex Spellman also in Group B action later on tonight from 10 p.m.
133.
Could have a third of the field in finals night competed for with US players.
It's just not there for Sharp right now.
58.
Brandon is the better
Jason, you
player
require
by some distance.
132.
And he might be about to make Saturday night for the first time.
100.
Ideal. Whether he knows it or not, he is now in the position that you want either on a Wednesday afternoon or a Friday afternoon.
41.
And there is nothing that Sharp
Jason,
can
you
do about it.
require 32. Game shot.
And
the third
just like
leg,
that,
Jason Brandon.
JB makes his way to Saturday for the first time. The trip from America
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
has given him
Game up.
an invitation to a finals night. And I think he knows it now.
Taking in
77.
deep breaths at the back of the stage, and I think he may be right. I think he may have been aware of the permutations.
100.
It was Alex Spellman earlier this week that was telling us that he genuinely believes that Brandon is one of the top 1%
82.
of players in the United States. That's a huge commendation. But at times in this group, he really has shown us why Alex thinks that.
120.
Especially when it comes to the big finishes and the doubling stats. That's where he's really shone.
180.
An ironic smile there from Sharp. Jason started his week with a ton plus average.
100.
His last game before Saturday might yield the same.
All credit to Sharp here, though.
105.
Still fighting to find a way through. But back comes Jason Brandon once again.
90. David, you require 57.
Double top.
37.
He can't find it.
Jason,
And
you
if Brandon
require
finds 91 for another 4-0, this would rubber stamp it. 72 left, so he could go double-double if he so wishes.
51. David, you require 20.
The pesky double 5 again. You don't need me to tell you how he feels. He's just shown
16.
you.
Jason, you
Brandon
require
is 3
40.
from 5 on doubles. I wouldn't be surprised if he's 4 from 6.
Game shot and the match.
That's
Jason
the biggest
Brandon.
strength of his game, and we're going to see more of it tomorrow. He's through. Many congratulations to Jason Brandon, who had a very decent Thursday. In fact, the only bad day he's had this week was Monday. Since then, he's won at least 3 games a day, and he's saved one of his best performances of the entire week just when he needed it. He goes through to Saturday night. Welcome back, and we have some breaking news here in transfer deadline week. You can see a yellow line on that table. That's got nothing to do with Jim White's tie, by the way. But what we can tell you is that Jason Brandon is through, and so is Carl Wilkinson. You can look at the leg difference. There's 8 between Thornton and Wilkinson, but that legs 1 column, there's 5 between them, which means that with 1 game left, Robert has left it just a little bit too late, and it turns out that missed 1-4-4 against Gabriel has cost him the chance of maybe sneaking it past the post. So Thornton's charge, unfortunately, it does stop here. But admirably, he has fought and scraped his way through this day, and he still has the chance of a perfect 5 wins from 5 if he can take care of Jasper Scarat in his final game of this week. So it is a parting shot for these two as England take on Scotland here in match 14.
This is a match yesterday that did go the way of Jasper Scarat, and it was a 4-0 win over Thornton in what was a bit of a head scratcher in terms of the finishing stats.
Well, we could look at various things from
Jasper
yesterday
first.
in the case of the Thorn. We can talk about this fixture or the one he had after that with Gabriel. He did leave himself with too much to do in the end, but he has given everything he has today.
60.
And he can still finish in 3rd position after starting 6th. I'll tell you what, if he had got through today,
100.
we would have been talking about that for years.
Yeah, he's come very close. And goes to what we were saying yesterday, though, that
28.
even if you do go through the card, it does not guarantee you a place in Group C. Often when we talk about that, we talk about it in the context of someone going through the card on day 1.
60.
Thornton has the chance to do it today.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't mention the ultimate scenario of Scott Walters winning 5 out of 5 on a Thursday and then no wins on
60.
Friday, and he didn't go through. Thus proving your point.
$100.
So we have half of our field for Saturday night now. Brandon, Wilkinson, and de Klerk. And even with that
100.
information, I still don't think we have a favourite. That's what this week has been all about. Trying to figure out
60.
who could possibly turn up and get this thing won. And we still don't know.
No, we still don't even know who's going to go through and join the likes of Brandon,
100.
Wilkie and de Klerk, because there's more action later on this evening. Could be Brian Roman in a pole position, Alex Spellman just behind, and then you've got that chasing
28.
pack of Kurt Parry,
Jasper,
Ronan
you require
McDonough,
153.
and Chaz Barstow, who's languishing at the bottom with no points.
I don't think Brian Roman has had a better chance than this to win a week. I really don't.
He's the type of player that plays with
100.
such
Robert, you require
kind of flamboyance and
153.
confidence when everything's going right up there on the stage, and there's been a lot going right for him this week.
41.
If he were to win his first 2 games tonight, the post-midnight action from Roman might be good. This might be good as well.
14.
Unfortunately, Dart
Robert,
3
you
was
require
not.
112.
He's known he's been out for a little bit of time now, Scarat.
$100.
Ah, the old sandwich
Jasper, you
dart
require 39.
in between the other two. It's a lovely dart.
Game shot in the
Yeah,
first
that
leg.
is
Jasper
a lovely
Scarat.
dart too, and it's Scarat that takes the first leg.
Second leg is Robert to throw first. Game on.
You have to be a dart player to understand how these guys are feeling right now. And you have to have played in something like a Group C or a Group B
Hey,
to realise that all of the hard work has not paid off this time. This will be a new feeling for Scarat. Robert's been in this position before. But he's playing his 25th game of the week. And he will relish this because he doesn't know if he's coming back or not.
60.
He will have to qualify again to get back here.
And I think in terms of Scarat as well, he's actually been here the whole week. So this is the accumulation
100.
of 5 days of being at the Oki. And as you say, it comes down to a game where doesn't matter what the outcome is, it's not going to affect your chances of getting into the
100.
finals.
If you're going to have a last game of the week against anyone this week, just to relish the experience, I'd say Thornton's a pretty
41.
good muse.
Yeah, there's definitely, I'm not going to say worse players, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Robert Thornton with that CV and the
45.
opportunity to play him a couple of times this week.
It could have been Daryl Fitton. Unfortunately, Daryl wasn't able to attend. We wish him well. So it could have been against the Dazzler or against this
60.
guy. You can tell that a little bit of the donut has been sapped of its jam. You know that Robert Thornton knows that the writing's on the wall. He's just lost a little bit of intensity.
84. Jasper, you require 160.
And Robert Thornton is one of those players that you feel when he's at his brilliant best, he is very reactionary, he is very intense.
Absolutely.
80. Robert, you require 129.
Always used to be the guy that would turn up against the better player. The better the player, the better he would perform.
54. Jasper, you require 80.
Perfect shot, double 10.
Game shot.
Perfect check out and a 2-0 lead. He's
Scarat.
6-0 up on Robert Thornton this week.
Some return, isn't it, against someone like Robert Thornton.
Third leg, it's Jasper to throw first.
You can imagine it now. If he were to win 4-0 again, and anybody at his local darts club were to bring up Robert Thornton, they'd say, you know what I did against Robert? There are people like that,
59.
by the way. I can't imagine Jasper's like that. And this is what happens when the adrenaline disappears.
43.
The arm goes a bit jelly-like.
Yeah, you can still see Thornton, he's getting frustrated, and he is one of those players that will absolutely leave everything up there. But as you say,
60.
you can't always manifest those feelings. Those ones where you get the blood pumping.
60.
Well, Thornton doesn't want to lose 4-0, because if he does, he'd lose third spot.
28.
Yeah, of course, there's still jostling for position on the table to be played for.
Yeah, financial rewards for wherever you finish. Higher you are, the better it is.
60.
We should also mention that David Sharp, I'm sure, is very disappointed at not making Saturday in his second trip here. He won Group C the last time he was in it.
100.
This time, he could find himself in the bottom 3. With it being the last series of the year, we're not going to see
60.
people like this until 2026.
Yeah, we're just entering that period of the year, aren't we, where darts is going to come thick and fast. Big major tournaments coming up, an extended version of the World Championships for the PDC, and then plus all the action here at the Modus Super Series culminating
25.
in the ADC Global at the end of the year. There is a lot coming up.
Oh, yeah.
How's your diary looking? Because it's quite busy now, isn't it?
36.
Yeah, it's a little bit chock-a-block. I think the frustration is boiling over here for Robert. He's flailing his arms more than one of those inflatable arm flailing
80.
tube men outside of a car dealership.
Do you make very colourful? I can see the images when you're saying it. I've now got a Robert Thornton version of that, all tartaned
58.
up.
Want one.
Jasper, you require
Want one, need one, make
149.
it now. Make it. He's got this game in the palm of his hand right now. He's just going about his business, and
95.
considering what he's done in his life, I get the feeling that Scarat is very good at tempering adrenaline levels.
Well, even at the 9 darter, he didn't seem where most of us, you know, the
54.
heart would be racing, the adrenaline pumping, like you say, didn't seem to have that kind of reaction.
Double top.
34.
Not to
Robert,
be.
you require 103.
Can't stay there. And doesn't get there.
For Scarat, with the type of composure that he's got, I think we've highlighted there's a couple of key areas that he may want to look at, including the kind of board management side of things and the routes for finishing. But yeah, has the potential
Game shot in the
to
third
get
leg,
back here as he
just for
goes into a
Scarat.
3-0 lead. There's nothing to say that this wouldn't be the catalyst to kind of drive him on
Fourth leg is
to
Robert.
maybe qualify once again through the ADC and get another spot back here.
I don't think Scarat is going to be the kind of player that would want to go to Q school and chase a pro
78.
career. I think this is his level. I mean, if he wants to go to Q school and chase a tour card, by all means, we're not going to deny him that opportunity.
40.
But based on the kind of life he has and what we know about him, this seems like a really fair barometer of where his darts should be at.
135.
You go to these regional qualifiers where run by the ADC, where you can get a place here at the Super Series, and it's what they're all talking about, what players really want to do.
95.
All around the country, they're chasing around these various tournaments to try and win a spot here.
100.
Robert is going to be going home to Salt Coats more than likely tomorrow. It's a long drive, and
60.
it is nearly 500 miles.
Yeah, and then obviously went home in between the influencer event and had to do 500 more.
He doesn't walk
41.
before anybody says anything. He's the most enthusiastic driver of a car I've ever met, apart from Noddy.
Have you met Noddy?
In my head, I have.
84. Robert, you require 147. 93.
That's a good pick off that. The last thing he wants right now is to be nilled again by the same guy.
Yeah, like anything, you're still playing to win. You're still playing for pride. And for Robert Thornton, playing to hold on to the position in the table.
Now, this is where he's got to think. This is 18s all day, every day.
58.
You got it
Robert,
right.
you require 54. 34.
The rhythm's just been lost a little bit
You
here.
require 164.
It goes back to what we were saying. Maybe what we saw a bit of yesterday is the 164 is on for Scarat. Well, not anymore. No, it goes back to what we were saying about Robert yesterday, that sometimes when that natural rhythm wasn't
96.
there, it felt a little
Robert,
bit
you
forced, and
require
that's kind of what
20.
we're seeing again here.
I don't think he likes playing a game at this pace.
No score.
The irony is not lost.
Jasper, you require 68.
This might be the end. And it might be a double bagel for Scarat over the Thorn. He needs to go for the 15s. Nope. Got that wrong.
28.
It's a fine line when it comes to choices
Robert, you
and
require
execution.
20.
It's double 10 once again for Thornton. This time he does
Game
find
shot
the
in the fourth
target. It
leg,
won't
Robert
be
Thornton.
a consecutive 4-0 win for Scarat.
I think he's just asked
Fifth
him.
leg, it's Jasper
Why
to
didn't
throw
you go
first.
15
Game
bull?
up.
That's honesty personified. Have you ever seen a dart player say, what'd you do that for?
100.
Yeah, I reckon I have actually.
60.
It's nothing quite like a legendary dart player giving you a darts lesson in the middle of a match.
Hey, take the advice.
41.
Some of these checkouts are learned behaviour.
121.
Some of them just come naturally after a few years.
I can't really say much because last time I was here at the women's series, I was at the women's week, sorry, I did take a rather alternative route to get 73.
100.
Do tell.
Yeah, I honestly just drew a blank, looked at it, thought, don't know what to go for. So it went single 13, going for a treble 13,
45.
20,
Love it.
20 tops. And I hit it. And I didn't even blink because I knew I'd done something wrong, but because it worked out, I couldn't work out what it was.
That's the kind of thing Carl Gabriel would do.
Yeah, that's where I laughed
60.
when he had 75.
85.
So I can understand there are moments where it just deserts you. Doesn't matter what you do, you can't get it back. But it was, I like to think it was pretty much the only mistake I made, which actually turned
40.
out to be quite good.
$140. Jasper, you require 160.
This would be a moment. He knows where he's going for this one. And he's not going to get it.
100. Robert,
But
you
does he get a
require
shot
50.
at what he's left? He's done it again. Was it on purpose this time?
Game shot.
Maybe
the
it
fifth leg,
was.
Robert Thornton.
Or maybe he's just spent too much time with Michael Smith over the years, because that's the kind of thing he does.
Sixth
Yeah, I
leg
can't
is
see anything,
Roberts
Laura.
at the
I
very
had
first.
a rather
on.
silly 58 checkout at the Gibraltar Darts Trophy in 2018. 58, single 4, double 9, double
55.
18.
Okay.
It was really important as well.
Yeah, but even the best laid plan, sometimes you know,
61.
just that little bit of luck and good execution in the end, and that's all that matters. That's what I tell myself anyway.
Curious things can happen when you're a little bit under the pump and a bit tired.
137.
What about the possibility of Thornton winning this 4-3 to have his perfect day?
It's definitely on the cards. He's, as
60.
mentioned before, Robert Thornton's one of those players, he will leave everything up there. You can see he's been frustrated, lost a bit of that drive that we saw earlier on today.
84. $60.
Let's see what Robert leaves from 220 plus. Oops.
49.
Not good enough to leave a finish. This game is remarkably similar to yesterday, average-wise.
Yeah, it's pretty much identical to what we saw.
60.
It's not necessarily a good thing.
No, but it's close, it's competitive. Robert Thornton, from his point of view,
I believe that Robert is not comfortable playing at this pace. I think he wants to go in a circle like he did with Carl Gabriel. He wants to play, he wants to go to the back of the stage and get back to the hockey as soon as possible.
116.
yeah, it's a good point, because when you look at the rest of the field, they don't hang about.
60.
We have seen a 99
Jasper,
checkout
you
today
require
from
99.
Jason Brandon, who may be the winner of this group.
$39.
Well, this one, after
Robert, you
all,
require 56.
might have a last leg decider.
$46.
And then again, it might not.
Jasper, you require 60.
Jasper might be the bogey player of Robert Thornton.
Game shot and the man.
And he gets a
Jasper
second win
Scarat.
over Thornton here this week. That is a parting shot for the man from Yorkshire, who has had quite the week. He's done the double over a legendary player. He's had a 9-darter. but unfortunately, it's not good enough to get him through to a first Saturday night. Will we see him again? Time will tell. But for now, we've got one more game to go, and that's Gabriel against a certain person who's through. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. With one game to go, we do have our qualifiers through to Saturday night from Group C. Robert Thornton came up just short in the end. He knew he wasn't qualifying after playing in that final match, but he has clung on to third spot. That will be his, so well done for getting from 6th position up to 3rd. Carl Wilkinson will be at the Yockey shortly against Carl Gabriel, but before that, our reporter Robbie Duff is downstairs with a very happy Jason Brandon.
Well, Jason, many congratulations. You are through to finals night. 14 points in the end in Group C. Doesn't look bad, does it?
No, it felt great. Earlier in the week, I said my scoring was well, and I was struggling on my doubles. I'd missed 6 or 9 darts at a double, and to me, it felt like I gave away legs and matches. So I felt like I could have actually done better in Group A. But, you know, fortunate to end up, you know, where I'm at now, and felt like I shored my doubles up. Yesterday, my scoring was kind of sporadic, and today felt better all around. So yeah, I'm ecstatic. I can't wait.
You say about Group A, I mean, it could have gone all very differently, but do you think you may be a bit unlucky on that Monday? Because, was it 4 consecutive losses? Started with 100, really good quality, but everyone seemed to up their game against you.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it's like where'd it go? You know, I was nowhere near the 100. I think I had a couple good matches, but again, you know, 4 threes. I was on the wrong side of the 4 threes. And yeah, you know, I win one match throughout those 3 days different, and I'm in Group B. So, you know, there's a lot of stuff, but yeah.
Talking of 4 threes, what was it like in that last game against Carl over on the Wednesday when it was it match start to make it a big?
Yeah, we've talked about that a lot in there this week, or the last 2 days. Yeah, it was a difference between 4th and 2nd, I believe is what I think would have shot me up to 2nd in that. And again, it was the story of my week, you know, come down to the doubles, and I wasn't hitting them.
Have you enjoyed the week so far?
Oh, 100%. First time here, I love it. I mean, I'm having a ball. I'm having an absolute blast.
I mean, you've been really busy of late, haven't you? World Series, we've got this, we had international pairs, so now you're through.
Yeah, I'm not going home until after, I'm going to Amsterdam after I leave here. Well, I'm staying in England for a few days. I'm going up to Wales to the Red Dragon headquarters up in Wales. And then going back to London for a couple of days, and then I'm heading over to Amsterdam for the World Series finals. And, you know, who knows? We'll see how that goes.
Between now and then we've got Saturday to contend with, and if you carry on the way you've been going, you've got every chance. Give us some thoughts and expectations ahead of the big day tomorrow.
I don't want to get ahead of myself. I don't want to jinx it or whatever you want to say, but if I can hold it together like I feel like I had today, if I can keep playing the way I played today, I feel like I've got a good shot at tomorrow night. I do.
And that does then mean you'd have to come back in about 13 weeks' time.
I'd be fine. Absolutely great. No problem. Although that would be pushing, I want to say it's the same time as the start of Lakeside, if I made Lakeside. So, but, you know, hey, I'll make a decision when that happens. So we'll
Cross that
figure
bridge when we get there.
Absolutely.
We'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, there you have it, the thoughts of Jason Brandon. And if you weren't smiling during that interview, there's something wrong with you, because his enthusiasm is incredibly infectious. And he is an early contender at the Modus Super Series Awards later in the year for Accent of the Year. Absolutely brilliant interview that was. I could have listened to him talk all day and all night. And it's good that he's coming back, because he's going to be here on Saturday night. We hope you're going to join us. If you're not going to be here in attendance at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, make sure you're watching Pluto TV from tomorrow at 7:30.
First leg is Carl Gabriel to throw first. Game on.
Well, last game for Carl Gabriel this week. He's been here for the last couple of weeks, did the international pairs the week before, and I think there's so much he can take from this experience.
60.
Seen some moments of brilliance, but just fell short at the end. And no easy task here, facing one of the 2 qualifiers alongside Jason Brandon.
He's had another long break. And now he's back at the hockey, probably feeling a little bit lighter
60.
than he was earlier on. Because when he'd had a 3-game break and he had to come in against JB, he might be thinking, I'm going to have to win this game
140.
now. This one he doesn't have to win. But if he can...
100.
By 4 legs to 3. Or better, of course. He's going to top the table.
42.
Currently, Brandon is ahead by 1 leg. Wilkinson, with a 4-3 victory, can get to 14 points, the same leg difference, but would have a superior legs
85.
1.
Yeah, the permutations now obviously a lot simpler. A win for Wilkie, and it does see him at the top of the table.
59.
And Gabriel is just playing for pride. He would like to leave with a win. He hasn't won today.
100. Carl, you require 160.
And he hasn't had a pointless day this week. This is not how you want to say goodbye.
60.
No, and he ran Robert Thornton really close, but just got pipped at the post in what was arguably his best game of the day. But a bit like the previous game,
86. Carl,
sometimes it's quite hard just to keep that level of kind of concentration.
60.
Well, that was different.
10.
Treble 17 double 5. That's new on me.
Six.
I'm starting to think he really likes treble 17.
There have been some,
Game
dubious
shot in the first
decisions
leg. Go, Wilkinson.
made when it comes to finishing, but nothing dubious about that. Tops found for Wilkinson.
Second leg is Carl Wilkinson.
Well, if he's got 53 left and he
Game
goes
on.
51 double 1, that's when we know that we need to have a word with him.
55.
Wilkinson was close in the previous series. Now he's got the chance to put it right. How big a chance do you give him of making
100.
another final?
Yeah, yesterday, by far the most consistent player in terms of scoring and finishing.
100.
I thought it had the kind of overall game. Today, it's just been a bit edgier, I think. And you can understand why, because trying to get that place in the finals.
100.
I agree. I think it's one of the most open finals we've had in terms of opportunity for a while.
If you think about
85.
the situation this week holds, the one weekly champion that we have has got 0
100.
points in Group B. So we're more likely to get a new weekly champion than someone who was double dipping.
140.
Yeah, Chaz Barstow, that player on 0 points in Group B. Not mathematically out of it, but found himself in hot water
65.
after day
Carl, you
one.
require 121.
Lovely dart. That's not.
81.
This is going to be 16s.
Carl, you require 136.
Yeah, that we know.
That doesn't help him. I don't think Wilkie's in the mood to give him any assistance.
71.
He's got a group to win.
Carl, you require 40.
And he's bent the wire again.
Game shot in the second leg. Go,
Board
Wilkinson.
brutality from Carl Wilkinson.
Third leg is Carl Gabriel to throw
Like
first.
spinach in a
Game on.
frying pan. That top wire is starting to wilt. Just call him Carl Wilkinson.
100.
Yeah, we've had a few plays on words, haven't we, with regards to
100.
Wilkie's name. This is the Wilkie way. We haven't heard that today.
I want T-shirts tomorrow night, by the way. Get it right, folks. I want the Wilkie
100.
way on T-shirts tomorrow. Definitely want them on 180 cards. It's non-negotiable.
With a red car and a blue car?
Yep.
140.
You heard it first. You've got your brief. Make it happen. Bring your red and blue pens. Get it done.
100. $67.
I can see it now. There's actually a risk so we can see the northern lights over the next few days here on the south coast.
45.
But just like in Happy Gilmore, when you can see Carl Weathers in the sky, the Wilkie Way would be him just waving back at you.
59. Carl, you require 156.
I sometimes worry where your mind and your imagination
So
goes
do I.
to.
So do I.
I'm trying to keep
60. Carl, you require 135.
He might be waving on Saturday night with a trophy in his hand and a medal around his neck.
42. Carl, you require 96.
Ah, the wrong double. Strikes again.
48.
At least this time he went
Carl,
a
you
somewhat
require 93.
well-told route.
Yeah, slightly more conventional.
21 scored. 2 of those will do. Oh, he nearly got there as well.
57. Carl, you require 48.
Maybe having those slightly bulkier barrels didn't help him there. That
Game
helps.
shot in the third leg. Go,
He
Gabriel.
can still win a game today, but he's going to have to win 3 of the next 4 legs.
Yeah, cleanly taken 48. And
Fourth
a
leg
player
is
that
Carl Wilkinson
seems to
to throw
be quite
first. Game on.
persistent in leaving the tops and the double 15 target more than anything else. He's been really efficient around that side of the board.
180.
And there's scoring efficiency from Carl Wilkinson.
174.
Okay, so this leg isn't bad.
$100.
Yeah, good backup score as well.
$60.
I remember that final that Carl was playing against Usher in the previous series.
140.
I sincerely hope he didn't look at the stat sheet of it, because it made for very strange reading.
59. Carl, you require 81.
He averaged 12 points more than Usher. And he did lose by 4 legs to 2, but this one, he is powering his way to another victory, which would give him a Group C winning title.
Carl Gabriel to throw first. Game on.
Carl Gabriel already knows he's consigned to the bottom of the Group C table, but how he'd like to finish with a flourish.
Doesn't feel like that flourish is coming.
100.
Every now and again, he'll stick in a 90 average like he did against Thornton, but it was in a loss. But you do get the feeling that his ceiling is around that. His mean level is somewhere between 77 and 82. That is
59.
just a shade over 6 visits. What he needs to do in between now and the next time we see him potentially is he needs to be more
140.
always in the 6-visit range. We're talking about 82.5 plus. That would make him so much more competitive.
Well, you're seeing in this leg here, he's down to 121 after just 9 darts. But as you say, it's just doing it more consistently.
Yeah, 777 was the target there, which made a great deal of sense. 25 games.
105.
Televised darts in a week.
Require 40.
Experience tin canned.
Game
Now, he's not done yet.
Go Gabriel. Sixth leg, it's Carl Wilkinson to throw first.
He now finds himself in that position against Carl Wilkinson that he has to find a break, and he's just had a 15-dart holder throw, and you think it's going to have to be around that level again. Gabriel's going to force a last leg decider.
That's where we grade players domestically
81
on how many times you can get 5 visit legs, if not better than that.
41.
That didn't look good.
No, just lost a bit of form with the last.
122. $140.
Yeah, he's just stringing that 3rd dart again. That's something that I hope he addresses when he leaves here. Just needs to stop flailing with the back foot and the front shoulder. It's evident on all darts, but if he can quieten that down a little bit, I think he'll be a better player.
160.
Look at Wilkinson, very statuesque and looking for a big parting shot.
140. Carl, you require
Yeah, just
133.
over-enthusiastic with the last, dragged it low in the end, and the 143 is on for Gabriel. It was
122. Carl, you require 20.
Who has the final say in Group C? That would be Carl Wilkinson, who wins the group. The relationship between South Africa and Yorkshire is very much intact. after a very friendly encounter towards the end, but Wilkie had a very, very roller coaster Group C. At times he was brilliant, but the most important thing is he's been good enough. We'll get some words from him after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. It's the end of Group C and we have our qualifiers. This is what we've seen in the last couple of rounds. Some very edgy stuff towards the end. That game between Brandon and Wilkinson was a very, very good game towards the end. It got Brandon through, and then when he beat David Sharp, he thought he had won the group. However, it seems that is not the case, because we are in the studio right now with Laura Turner and the group winner, Carl Wilkinson. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
We were talking to you in the last couple of days about maybe putting something right from week 8 in the previous series. You're going to get your chance.
Yeah, it's the only way I can do it. I'm there tomorrow night. That was the aim. Get there tomorrow night, and fingers crossed I can bring my A game out. I was very nervous today. Very nervous.
How do you think things went over the last couple of days? Because yesterday looked pretty good. Today, I suppose it did look a bit nervy at times.
Yeah, yesterday, no league table up in that back room. And all of a sudden, the league table come up, and I'm just looking, and I'm thinking, I need this, I need that. Just need to play darts, and that's all I need to do. And I was thinking too much about things.
One thing I really want to ask you is that after your second game, you had quite a long gap between that and the next one. That must have felt like quite a long time.
Yeah, when I lost to Robert in that absolutely horrendous dart game, I only had a game to get over it, and I went straight back on against David, who were in a good position. So I think that did me good. Just went straight back on, got on dartboard, and just said, he's gone now. Do you know what I mean? Back on with next one.
How do you think he's performed under the pressure today? Because we were struggling trying to figure out who was in and who was out at one point, because everybody was in at one point, and Carl was the one that everybody was shooting for.
Yeah, and it was the comeback, wasn't it, from Robert Thornton off the back of the opening game between himself and Carl. And yeah, I thought the bounce back, and I think what Carl just said there about not having much time, that showed real resilience, because you could get eaten away by missing, match darts, and there was quite a few of them. Not going to mention how many, but there was a few in the first game. But yeah, to do that, to come back, to find the win, and then just have another setback a bit later on against Jason Brandon, but then just come out all guns blazing at the end. I just think overall, especially, there's a lot to take from yesterday, but there's a lot of resilience shown today. So yeah, a good couple of days campaign.
Yeah, obviously you had that game with Robert. We could talk about that probably for the next 20 minutes, but we won't. But you were able to come back in the next game and play a little bit better. That shows real Yorkshire grit, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Like I said, I don't feel as I've kind of gone to my ultimate best. I've probably played better against Jasper, I feel. But he's definitely picked for Yorkshire next week now. He's lost his 2 games to me. But yeah, I ain't hit my ultimate best, but I feel as though I played really well last time I were here on the Saturday, so fingers crossed I can prepare the same, and hopefully that my best game comes out.
What was it like in the practice room from your perspective, and everybody else's for that matter? Because we could feel like Robert Thornton was mounting a charge. And of anybody this week, he's probably the person you don't want bearing down on you.
Yeah. Too much talking in the chat, in the back room. That's what they were. If he does this, if he does that, if I do this, that's what they were. It would non-stop all day. And I think that early doors, it affected me. I was thinking, well, he's losing. Just win this game, Carl. And the gifting at you type of thing, that's what I was thinking. But yeah, I think just did enough, and that's what we do from my way.
Plenty of big finishes this week. You said to us yesterday that you're more of a finisher than a scorer. Do you think you turned up in that regard?
Yeah, a little bit. Maybe bit me on the backside a few times, but I think yeah, I do still think it's my most positive side of my game. I don't think I'm a massive scorer, but give me a chance and I generally will take it.
Speaking about other people in this group, Laura, obviously the charge for Thornton, it was tried. He came up just short. He was one leg short. That 144 miss in his penultimate game proved to be huge, didn't it? Yeah,
and you could probably go back and analyse, you can look at yesterday and other opportunities throughout today as well. But it was great to see Robert, especially when he knew that the opportunity was still there to get through, and all that drive and that passion and that fire in the belly that he showed today, just the quality that he still possesses. It was really good. It was probably just a bit too much work to do in the end.
Very much up for interpretation this week, Carl, because we have Chaz Barstow, who's the only person who's won a week before, still left in this week, and he's on 0 points in Group B. So this is a really big opportunity for someone, isn't it?
Yeah, massive. I'm a good friend of Chaz's, England international, along with me and Laura, and I was shocked when I saw the table this morning. Chaz is unbelievable when he's on his A game, but aren't we all? And that's what that darts is all about, isn't it?
Well, let's have a look at the breakdown for the week, because we have had it updated. Stein de Klerk, winner of Group A earlier in the week. He's had his feet up for a couple of days. He'll have to get them down for tomorrow night, that's for sure. But Carl Wilkinson, the winner of Group C, with Jason Brandon through as well. Tonight, we're going to see those 5 gentlemen. Chaz Barstow has got an awful lot to do, that's for sure. It's not too long before we get to Saturday. Just quickly, Carl, plans for tonight?
Chill, relax. Something nice to eat, maybe a beer, and just get ready for tomorrow night. Just do what I do wherever I go.
Laura, you're going to be here tonight for Group B. Who wins it?
Yeah, I think the way that we've seen Brian Roman play so far, and his finishing stats have been absolutely excellent. I think 55% yesterday. I think he will top the table, but who goes through with him? There's still everyone in the mix. That's the big question.
Can Chaz do it?
Yeah, look, I wouldn't put past Chaz. Chaz is that type of player, and we've seen players from that position get through by the skin of their teeth, but he's going to have to go through the card, and he's going to have to hope for favours from others.
Well, thanks, guys, and many congratulations, Carl. We've got plenty more coming up on Pluto TV for you over the next few hours before we come back tonight. We've got the Yorkshire Board Challenge, of course, with the likes of Sykes and Usher. No trebles on that board. But tonight, do not miss it. 10 o'clock, live on Pluto TV. You're going to see Alex Spellman hoping that his opponents give him some more favours. A little bit more will be coming your way over the course of tonight and tomorrow. Remember, 10 o'clock, Pluto TV. Don't miss Group B. And of course, when it comes to Saturday, it's not too far away.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Yes! What a finish! The silencer, Jeff Smith! And it is! That shot wins week 6!
Maximum checkout.